Ah, look at that. We have been streaming for about 8 minutes, so Streamlabs crashed. I don't know if anyone can explain that to me, but it definitely happens on the regular. Refresh your streams, everyone, if you are not back with us, and you should be fine. I also need to refresh my chat to ensure that it returns. So we've got eggs here, which means we could kill some Pacu if we need to. What we're sort of hoping for... Where did we get all that muckroot from? Who knows? What we're sort of hoping for at this stage is that we have just enough shovels now that they will starvation ranch into enough food for us. So that's our hope. We are not many cycles away from getting the oxygen online. Yeah, so 13 and a bit, maybe? Probably about 20 by the time this works out. Though we are starting to get some thermal mass out of that into here, which will make it a little bit quicker. Hatch is alive. One hatchling egg. Ah, here's the other hatch. I thought we still had 3. Still got 2 pips down here, so they're doing alright. We did lose the Dreckos, but we did shear them, and we were able to make a whole 3 suits, which we'll probably just use for space. I might even just put a little dock up here for space or something. Though, as I discussed in the last one, I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do liquid locks, given that you need a large thermal mass to maintain the liquid as a liquid. Hello Shazia, welcome in today, I hope you're well. So we'll have to see about that. We are trying to get up here and see what is in this vent or geyser here. It's taking the duplicants a little bit long because they have to do this. Go and gasp for breath back here before they can come back in here. Obviously the sneezing is not going to assist their productivity, but we can do what we can. After that, I think we're going to work on maybe looking at what is in these hidden bits up here. See if there's anything exciting. I think there's a forest biome in here. We could break in along here maybe. There's a little bit of hydrogen, but it's not too bad. Because obviously we can just collect the hydrogen up here now and not worry about it too much. And if it offends us especially, we could vent it into space. So, we've got more cold biomes, which is kind of surprising. This map definitely has a lot more cold biomes than the Rime version that it is based upon. We've got gold down here, which is pretty cool. We've also got this leaky oil fissure, which I think will provide us with actual usable water, which will be really nice. Not usable water, usable oil. Sorry, I was thinking about these and how we'll have to give them. I'm out of one of my medications, but I'm fighting through my problems. That is good. Have you contacted your medication provider to make sure that you get more? Excuse me one second. Sorry about that. No one should be starving. We have plenty of food. Yes, I have sympathy. Most certainly. There we go. Okay, I must realise that we have food. So I've turned on the water coolers. The reason I've done that is because we are still alive, almost Emily. Welcome in today. I'm getting more of your meds tomorrow. That's excellent, Shazia. I'm glad to hear of it. Yes, we are still alive. Yeah, I've turned the water coolers on because we've got all this ice in here. And when it finally melts, I don't really want it to explode. I'm going to have to blow my nose. Give me 1 second, sorry. Right, I can now breathe slightly more effectively, so that's handy. But yes, we are still alive. As I say, I'm sort of hoping that these are now sufficient to provide us with Starvation Ranch shovels. They won't provide us with those for very long, is the answer. Like, if we start expanding even if we do have enough here, if we start expanding our population, we're going to struggle quite quickly with these. So we will have to think about additional food sources later on. I've got some hatchling eggs here. I'm going to continue to hold on to them. What we'll do, I think, is we'll hold on to them so that we've got a little bit of reserve food. And if they hatch and we don't need the food, we'll wrangle them down to our little critter holding pen. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. It should be big enough for 8 critters. Excellent, so this is going alright. Yes, of course that doesn't have any power. That'll be fine. Right, how are we getting on with learning about this, Duplicants? We're building some ladders. Kaylee's down here, having to run back and forth. I mean, I could bring oxygen all the way down here, but I don't really want to. Is the answer to that. You know, I could do that, but I don't want to. So, yes. It's going to be a little bit slow while they gasp for breath, considering I can't put them in suits yet, but they'll cope. They'll cope. I mean, I do want to bring power down here in due course, but I think we probably want to maybe use our... I'm going to set up a main power line, which is probably going to run along this side here. I know it's got the water tank in the way, but that shouldn't be a huge problem. We can either go round it a bit, or through it, quite frankly. Yes, you go look after your dog, Shazaya. We will see you in a little bit. Do you love a dog? Give them many pets. So yes, that's sort of where we are. We are going to start thinking about industry. So we've got this here. We've got this here that we would quite like to tame, but the thing that's going to hold us back at this point is going to be steel. We're going to need to be able to make a little bit of steel. And, well, actually the steel is fine. I can make the steel. We can make it here. We can use the cool slush to make the steel. We can just set up a metal refinery underneath the thing and use the cool slush. Excuse me. So that leaves us with the problem of petroleum, which is a perhaps bigger problem, and that will require us to open this leaky oil fissure. So I think when we've done this, we need to start planning how we want to make this all look, so that we can potentially open this and enjoy some hot oil. Now, hot oil is going to be a problem because this comes out at 326.9 degrees C, which will obviously scald my duplicants. How long it will remain that, considering that the surroundings are 160, and as I recall, there's not loads of it. Like, you don't get loads of it out per thing. But it is definitely something that we'll have to consider about how we manage. So possibly once we get the suits, that might be a good time to start working on that. Then we might also need to, for instance, not allow them to drop bottles of whatever this bottle is. Water down into the oil biome, you know. That might be unfortunate. Especially because my sweeper certainly won't be able to sweep up bottles of water that they drop down there. So, yeah, that'll be something to think about. So yes, let's have a little sort of sketch of what we think this will look like. I think we'd like to use Mafic if we can. So we need some room for this. I wonder how much it is. Is it 3? Bear with me 1 second. I'll run the game while I'm not looking at it. It's not doing anything important. Let me go and have a little investigate about whether I can find out how big I want that to be. Let's reload this as well. You're not handily keeping up with my bit rate. There, thank you. Right. You. That's it. That's the one I want.
Now, let's see.
What bit of shut up did you not listen to? There. Video? So just 2 on either side. It's very compact, which I like about it. Right. So that's what I wanted to know, which was how much space I need to leave for this here. So if we were to cancel that one, we might want to be able to run just a little ladder or something down there. Do we care? There is an interesting question there about whether we would care. I'm unconvinced that we would care massively to leave a little ladder there. How are we actually gonna... we could put the thing on top. We don't need to put it to the side. We can put the little exit on top. No, I don't like you as a running around dupe. Doctor ranching, but slow learner, have a decorator, and like, what is going on with your traits there? So we'll just definitely take some gold amalgam. Yeah, I haven't really thought through how we're going to build this, because there's a little extra bit that you need to build that I haven't allowed for. I think we can just put it on the top though. So do we want to leave a gap? I don't know what we're going to do with the gap, to be honest. So I think we're probably not going to leave a gap. Maybe we could, in fact, so here's a slightly more radical thought. What if we integrate our iron volcano into our... What's the thing called? Industrial zone. So essentially we have an industrial zone that does this. Like this. I mean, that does destroy quite a lot of the coal biome, but, you know, I mean, we don't really need one that big. We could have a shut-off power zone in it for carbon dioxide producing things. And we could just have this in it and not really worry about it. That is an interesting call. Let's for sure build some Mafic across to there, because it will definitely be this long, and then I'll think about whether I want to include the metal volcano tamer in it. Food shortage. It does appear so. 1.1 cycles till death. 1.2. I think they'll be fine. They just need to... Oh, apparently one of them already died. Look, there's a bunch of meat. Lovely. And that is the idea. That we don't have to tend to them anymore. They just die. Oh, there's also all this... Oh, our fish have died. Oh, well, we've got loads of food now then. Look at this. Dead fish, dead shovels, there's food everywhere. It'll be fine. We do need to cook it. Someone needs to come and do the actual cooking. That would be nice. How are we getting on down here? I see you, Emily. You're having a good run. You're pretty quick, actually. Let's have a quick look at the research. Are we doing some? Yes. Yes, we are. That's alright then. As long as we're doing some. Oh, we probably don't have any dirt, do we? That's probably holding us back on research. Because we fed it all to shovels. Indeed. There was that thing where we fed all the dirt to shovels. Do you know where we could get some dirt? Just here. Why don't you dig out this? That'll be fine. Then you'll have a bit more dirt. So, slowly and surely, we're getting this done. Obviously, there's so much running about and so much having to go and gasp for breath that it's a bit complicated for them. Love them. But they're getting there. They're getting there slowly. But we are making foodstuffs, which is good. We definitely could do with heating it up so that enough that our carbon dioxide is gas. That would be nice. But we might have to work on that later. Well, I mean, that's what the oxygen is for. I mean, apart from being oxygen, it's also hopefully going to heat stuff up. It's okay. It's okay. Nobody's really suffocating. Oh, let's actually get someone to do the digging here. Would like you to do the digging here. Would like to have Emily be able to do the what's it again? Research. That's the thing. Cancel. That's it. Lovely. Yes. Good. You can sweep those things. Why has this stopped? Oh, I see why this has stopped. These are full. That's interesting. We are going to get some damage if we don't sort that out sometime relatively soon. I cannot believe that the problem we are having is that we need a bigger water pit. I mean, this might just be me, but I'm pretty astounded that that is the problem we are having. Do we need a secondary water pit? We don't want to pour it down there. I was thinking about pouring it onto this ice biome, but we don't want to pour it onto this ice biome because at some point we're going to want that ice biome to be cooling. I mean, we could pour it into this ice biome, potentially. Maybe the thing we need to do is actually set up oil wells. Oh, this one's nice and close. Why don't we try and set this one up? We do need a bit of steel. Well, we don't need it immediately. We will need a bit of steel in the end. But where am I looking? In utilities. We don't need that immediately. We could actually just set up the little oil well box here. and have some oil. And use the water for that, since we've got more than we need. And we could... Where do these join? They join here. So that's... okay. Oh, we could just have... you've brought your dog with you. That's lovely. We could just bring it out of here. That's what we could do. That is what we're going to do. Has she calmed down? Right. Good. I'm very glad, Shazia. Let's build a box. This one we're going to build of igneous because, like, why would we build out of anything else in the middle of the oil biome? Oh, we'll start with some flooring because we do have the duplicants running back and forth here, attempting to build stuff, so they might be grumpy if we block their path. Have we got... yeah, we've got some iron ore down here. Let's build a couple of iron ore mesh tiles. You see, they're excited to build this because it's mostly a dam site closer to the oxygen than the other things I'd asked them to build. We'll have to get a little ladder in here so they can build the roof. They're still trying to build this though. I don't know whether they'll be able to get all the way up. They're pretty quick. And there doesn't seem to be any granite. We'll have to see when they get to... not granite, diamond. We'll have to see when they get to the obsidian, whether they can hold their breath long enough to get up there. That might be moderately problematic. It's important for me to keep an eye on my dog, because when my parents are not around, she goes for a whole packet of tissues. I see. Bit of separation anxiety. Yes, yes, your life is hard. I have sympathy for you, OKM. Not loads, but some. Lovely. So the bit of dirt we got was sufficient to do some research. That's nice. In here, we're going to want a gas pump. And we'll make them out of gold amalgam currently because we don't have any steel. And we're going to want a liquid pump. We're also going to need power. That one might be slightly more problematic. Excellent. Treats sound deserved. This is still struggling a bit with maintaining its thermal mass, but then it is quite cold when it comes in the first place. Considering it's cooled slush, so. And our volcano here doesn't seem to be doing a particularly good job of heating anything up. It's made some pretty hot iron, but apart from that, not doing amazingly. I suppose we're going to have to be quite cautious when we start to make steel, because I haven't got suits. So if the duplicants start coming to pick up the 1000-degree polluted oil, the 1000-degree iron, they might have some struggles there. Look at our calories, chat. Look at our calories. We have 56,851 calories of barbecue. The shovels are coming online. which shortly will mean that we can delete the robo-miners and all of that sort of stuff, because obviously they won't need them. Amazing. I'm happy. It probably also means that we could move these eggs. Shall we move those eggs? I think we will. Seems unlikely. We can always go back and murder some critters if we need to. Let's put hatchling eggs in there at a 9. We will select, however, sweep only. And then we will sweep some hatchling eggs here. And we'll go and put them in the critter storage. The reason we're storing critters in here is because it's warm. Or warmer. So they can stay alive. Yeah, we need to move. We need to get some of this water moving, or the hatches are going to drown though. So that is something to consider. What we might do is we might start building some of the pipe that I'm going to use. Which we're going to do like this. Cancel. Because she's eating the tree and wagging her tail. Sounds very cute, Shazia. Because that will allow us to, if nothing else, then fill up this pipe. And hopefully not drown our hatches. There we go. Cramped? Why are you cramped? There's only 8 of you. And this is 96 tiles. 99 tiles. Oh, there's 9. How are there 9 of you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What are them? Are there 2 hatches there? No. Oh, it's got an egg hiding behind it. Oh, nuts. Nuts to that, I say to you. Tell you what we'll do. Let's have a little emergency hatch saving thing. Oh, that won't save you. Hang on. Let's cancel those 2. But we can. You see, this is a problem because this whole thing is designed in such a way so... Hello, Pitter. So the hatches where they were living would be completely fine. We could... This one could get extended. There you go. What if we extend out here? That is another 8 tiles, so it should definitely be enough for a hatch. We can have another snazzy suit or a quick learning rancher. Or an operating digger. I don't really like biohazardous on my diggers or operators so much. Wow. This is quite a choice. I think we're going to take Ellie. Because a secondary rancher would be great. Quick learner is great. Biohazardous is not a huge problem on this map, and also way less of a problem for a rancher than anyone who goes digging. So I think we're going to take Ellie. We will have to build her a bedroom. Welcome in, Ellie. Also, hello, Pitter. I hope you're well today. You are going to be a rancher. Have a farming hat. Pera is gonna take some exosuits there so you can run around a bit quicker. Archaeum is just waiting to get exosuits, but otherwise everyone's fine. Why haven't you eaten Archaeum? Oh, they probably... Good grief. That is a thought. The poor duplicants are still making do with 3 downtime slots, despite the fact that I'm literally making them run to the bottom of the map. This definitely feels like something that could be addressed for duplicant happiness. Here you go, Ellie. Join us. Have a schedule. And now I'll make you a bed. So we'll just make another bed next to these beds. I think this room is like naturally the right size. It might be... yeah, it's naturally one bigger, so we can build a pretty wall here at some point. We're not going to do that right now. We're just going to put some doors over here because they're easy to build. But later on, we'll be putting like a pretty... oh, Shazia. Apparently your dog just loves the paper towels. Alright, right, speaking of tiles, we're going to need some up here as well. There we go. So now Ellie can have a bed. Let's set her up some priorities. Ellie, you are a ranching farmer. I mean, you'll actually do that. Unlike Pata, who may, in the late game, get some ranching, but otherwise it's probably not going to. Oh, wow. Hang on. You can also do some attacking, because it seems only reasonable that... right. How are you still cramped? This is 106 tiles. For 9 critters. You should not be cramped. That's like an extra 8 tiles. Oh, they never built this one. No, but that should already be big enough. You. I have a concern. I have my gas filter's output set to filter hydrogen out. The gas pump it's connected to pumps out both oxygen and hydrogen to the gas pump. The problem is that when it goes through the filter, it pumps both oxygen and hydrogen out of the gas filter pipe. Not sure why oxygen is also going out that pipe. Can you put a picture of the... If you can do some screenshots of like what it looks like when you bring up the gas filter menu and the pipe overlay, then I can almost certainly answer in the Discord yes. The visualization will just help me be able to think about it for you. Pitta. I suspect I might know the problem, but we'll have to have a look. Oh. No, this is not what we want. Some of our ice is, some of our water here is solidifying, which isn't ideal. I put the tissue and the roll towel on top of the shelf. Crisis averted. Excellent. Well done, Shazia. Can we dig this one out? Are you coming to dig this one out to see if we can stop these hatches being cramped? No, you're not coming to dig it out. Somebody come and dig this out. I don't think these hatches should be cramped. Oh no, they need 12 tiles, don't they? So it needs to be bigger. I can't remember what 12 is, but yeah. Right, no research selected. Well, we'd definitely like to carry on doing the research. Let's do this. We might want to do that at some point. It's a tech I quite like. Hello, Kaylee. Don't worry about your feet. Just make the hatches happy. Yes, very well done. There we go. We have uncramped our hatches. Lovely. This is a bedroom, right? Yes, good. So Ellie has a barracks. This stable is still going fine. We have this massage clinic. Ugh. Ellie has a table because we built this new great hall, which we may move people into at some point, but there doesn't seem to be any point currently. We don't need the we don't need this space for anything, so whatever. is largely how I feel about that. If we don't need the space, then it's all good. Okay, so nothing very exciting happens. Let's see if we can help Pitta with their problems with their gas filter. Right. Question number 1. No, don't build a gas filter. Leave it alone. Question number 1 that I would have for you, Pitta, is, hang on, is do you have vents coming out of both of these things? This is my question number 1. No, don't build any of this. You do not. That is probably your problem then. So, the way that the gas piping works is what you tell it to filter. So if you select hydrogen in here, you need a pipe. Go away, or whatever. You need a pipe and a vent to vent your hydrogen somewhere, and you need to pick somewhere. It won't magically delete it. You have to vent it out to somewhere, but you can vent it out to somewhere different than you vent the oxygen. So that's how that works. Right. Go away. Stop trying to build this. Pants are overrated. The challenge, exactly. No, it's just that I only had 8 duplicants. And today we're going to be doing a lot of digging. The challenge is that this is a 100k challenge map, which is a mod for oxygen not included. So as you can see, the temperature's quite chilly. It's yes, it's 100 Kelvin, which is about a minus 173 C. So the challenge was really to survive here. We have probably, fingers crossed, fixed that bit. In that we got very lucky and we had 2 cool steam vents near us, which we were able to get liquid water, which is obviously one of your big challenges, and we got some shovels out the pod. So now we are starvation ranching shovels. We don't have enough to feed us forever because they ate through all of our dirt, but we do have enough to feed us for a little while. So I have some goals that were set for me to complete, which is that we'll have to build a great monument. That seems pretty doable. Launch 2 petroleum rockets. That one's also fairly doable, I think. But then also have a viable Drecko and Slickster ranch. So essentially ranch the more temperature sensitive critters. So that will be a thing that we're working on later on. But for now, I'm mostly trying to get the duplicants to get up here and see what's in this. They're struggling. They don't necessarily have enough oxygen to get over there. And we're building an oil well, so that we can start to have some actual oil. Also, welcome in, pants are overrated. I hope you're well today. Yeah, we're sort of starting to think about where the beginnings of our... You're welcome. Where the beginnings of our industrial area will be. They're going to be here somewhere. But I haven't quite decided the shape of this industrial area just yet. I'd like to build... This game ate way too much of my life already. No worries at all, Dr. Phonius. Enjoy your lurking while you watch the tour. Yes, it has eaten way too much of my life as well. I currently have, let's have a quick look, shall we? 2,148.5 hours. Seems slightly excessive. I re-enabled the gas filter and it works properly now. don't know, Fatar. Maybe you hadn't... some of the menus, I can't remember whether it's true, in the gas filter menu, some of them require you to be very sure that you have clicked on the thing, or they don't work properly. It can be a bit weird. I have 2.4k hours, but to be fair, because of loading time, I just pause the games most nights. Ah, fair enough. I don't think I've ever left it on. Maybe once I left it on all night. But certainly a proportion of my hours are also loading time. Are also, you know, running the game because I don't want to stop it and reload it. There's definitely been a bit of that, you know. Probably a significant portion, a significant number of hours are hours when I was having dinner and not actually playing the game and things like that. So I imagine that's true for quite a lot of games. But definitely, yes, the loading times can be a bit outrageous. Yeah, I don't think they can actually get here anymore. We might have to wait until they have suits to learn about that. Ah, she was waving a mask at you so that you would put it on and take her for a walk, Shazaya. That is smart. I've worked out, dog is thinking, I've worked out that you need this to provide the thing I want. Cool. Thank you. Let me have a little look at Pitha very quickly while they're not doing anything super exciting. Oh, I see. So you don't have a vent on it because you're running it straight into a generator. Well, that seems perfectly reasonable. Yes, I can't see anything wrong with that. Yes, you just need an output. Sorry, I should have said that you just needed an output, not necessarily a vent. Well done, Neo. They're getting a little bit of stress from suffocating, but now that they're eating barbecue on the regular, they're pretty happy. As you can see, our food problems are now solved. We have 82,000 calories. It's all going well. So now we're mostly waiting for these just to come back online so that we can start doing oxygen. Because this is still a bit too much of a mess. What I think we will do is we're gonna build the coal generators that we're gonna need to get this started. So one of the things about these electrolyzer setups is that although they are self-powered, when you start the game, when you start them, you need an external power source to get them going, because obviously they don't have the hydrogen in them to function properly. Do I want any of this? All of this is nothing really. Maybe we'll, I guess we'll just start some of the rocket research. Why not? Let's have a look at power. So we're just going to use coal generators on the grounds that it is the power I have. We need a grand total of 3, 6, yes, we need 3. I'm also going to build a battery for them. We can build this battery out of lead though, because it's not going to melt anytime, especially soon. I don't always bother to put a battery on them, to be fair. But we will do. Why not? And we're going to build some heavy watt wire, and what we're going to do is we're going to run all of these, then straight into here. We'll just have to make a little bridge here. Bridge! I think I'd also like to consider at this point bridging that. but we'll wait for that. We can sever this and deconstruct. Oh. Deconstructed buildings. Deconstruct, thank you. Lovely. Apparently we are starting to have insufficient oxygen generation. I think that's mostly because people aren't getting around to filling up the things. Do we still have algae? Where is organic? There it is. Yeah, we still have some algae, but we don't have loads. It's definitely time to move to whatever the thing we're moving is. Flatulent and allergies, no. Tidying, ranching, suit wearing, no. Decorating, ranching, researching, no. So we'll take some curative tablets. Because why not? I suppose it's vaguely possible that at some point someone will get food poisoning. Let's build an automation wire. How are you doing there? You're all doing fine. Have we managed to stop some of this water moving? Not yet. Can we build some of this? Oh, I suppose we've got loads of other things to build. This is the problem with having so few duplicants. It's why they were the number of duplicants that I had. If you don't eat food, you can't get food poisoning. Ohms. Ohms. Look at our barbecue calories. The shovels are doing their thing. We are online with food. It does, of course, unfortunately mean that they will eat food and therefore they might get food poisoning. Welcome in today. I hope you are well. Yes, we do now have calories, so we might actually eat. I know it's a remarkable state of affairs. Not cannibalism. No, and fortunately, one of the advantages that shovels have over hatches, one of the many, many advantages, is that they don't cannibalize themselves. So when the meat drops in here, they don't eat it, which is nice. The early food, I mean, this is a very weird map. Afra. Also welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. This is a very weird map because it's so incredibly cold. So early food was pretty much non-existent. All we could do was go digging for muckroot, and this also has forest biomes on it, so we could go digging for muckroot and hexlant around the place. But early food is still probably mealwood farms. CO2 root meta. The mushrooms. Mushrooms are still a very good early food. Mushrooms are still a very good early food, but a mealwood is nice and easy early on before your base starts to heat up. And then probably hatches. Then you probably move to ranching for hatches. It's probably the meta. So we're doing shovels because it's too cold for everything else to live. The way we've got these hatches to live is we're having to keep them by a cool steam vent, as you see. This is the only way we can keep them warm enough to stay alive, whereas the shovels have a big temperature availability. So yes, we were lucky to get some out of the pod, which meant we didn't need to break into space, but you can see we were going for them where we dug all the way up to space. The hatches might drown soon. I just made their thing bigger, and I'm also building this pipe to feed this, which will allow this to move and prevent the hatches drowning. So I do have some plans for that, Ohms. They're not necessarily come to fruition just yet, but we are in process of trying to prevent the hatches drowning. We are working on it. What is the 100k challenge? So this map starts at 100 Kelvin, which is like 173-ish, minus 173 degrees centigrade. So that's your problems. You don't have like early water because all of your water is ice. We got lucky that we got these cool steam vents that we could break into and get water off them, that they were nearby, so we could get water quite early on, because obviously without any liquid water you also can't do any advanced research. And as you can see, our oil biome is solid. We don't have any pools of oil because it's all solid crude oil, things like that. So we're sort of oh, have we got in here? Nearly, very nearly. If we can dig this one out, we might discover what's in there. It's probably a volcano or a vent, because I think if it was a geyser, we'd be able to see what it is from that tile there. So yes, so we're starting to build actual oil wells and all of that very quickly, that I wouldn't normally bother with, because we don't have any other way to access the oil. We do have a leaky oil fissure down here, which I'm probably going to open up at some point, but I want to make sure that I know where the heat from that is going, because there's loads of rubbish down here that I don't want to randomly vaporize and things like that. So that might take a little bit, but we're getting to it. We're getting to it. How are you doing, Hatches? You're not drowning yet. Can we get on this pipe at some point? Maybe. Not enough duplicants to do the work. This is the problem we've got. Also, some of the work is so far away that it's a struggle for them. But shortly we'll have some oxygen. And they'll have some suits and all the jazz like that, which will be good. Labour shortage strikes again. Absolutely, pants are overrated. 3 times speed. I hate 3 times speed ohms. You know that. I like to keep an eye on it. What are you up to? I mean, there must be closer igneous rock, quite frankly. Okay, So if you're wondering why they keep throwing things down the ladders, it's because this dispenser is for any liquefiable carbon dioxide or chlorine, so we can just chuck it down into the cold down here and leave it. But then obviously sometimes they've dropped something they want, like some dirt, and that's going to take a little while. Have you got in here, Mima? Do we know what this is? No, you haven't quite. Can you get all the way across? Come on, Mima. You can do it. It's not Mima, it's Kaylee. You can do it. That's it. No! Oh, rats. Okay, they'll get there. They'll get there. Neo is coming. No, don't stop to speak to your friend. Not that one. Oh, Lord. Alright, they'll get there in the end. Hopefully. Maybe. We do need some suits. But, well, we have 3 suits that we'll let some of them wear. The main problem is that we don't have any oxygen to put in those suits just yet. We are nearly there. This is coming back in like 4 cycles. We've got a little bit of thermal mass already from the cool slush, so that will help us start this off. We might have some problem with it freezing in the water sieve. Might have to put a tepidizer in here, to be honest. I suspect your dog will soon learn that you are not mad at her. Right, what have we got? Oh, chlorine. Alright, cancel that. We no longer care about this. It's chlorine. We already had one of those. Don't bother. Build other, more important things. This should make the building go a bit faster, because now they don't have to build something that's very difficult for them to build. Right, let's consider. I think what I might do here This one's handily quite near this liquid oil fissure as well. What if we were to just like do a sort of a pit for them where they could just fall into here? Might be an idea. I think we'd probably want a bit of a bigger pit than that. But we probably don't want a very big pit to begin with. Because they'll struggle for heat to begin with. That's what I was getting at. So I have some very vague plans for what I'm going to do here. Which is like, we're going to build a pit like this. And just let the crude oil have a little pit, essentially. And then we can keep its heat sort of more contained in here. We'll build some walls and stuff. But we'll worry about that later. Right, can you build any of this? You cannot reach any of this. Cancel this then. For now. Let's build a ladder up here and see how much of it you can build. How are we getting on with this pipe? We're getting there with this pipe. How are we getting on with the hatches? They're still not drowning. Only one sink broken, so we're not going to fix the toilets just yet. I think we might start taking you off cooking Life of Steel. Now we have a lot less freaking out about that. Let's in fact, I think the way we might do it for you is that you're going to do operating, digging and building, and then we will put you up one on the cooking, so that that is your priority should there be no more digging or building. Why is there chlorine here? Where did it come from? Also, can we mop it? Yeah, and we'll get Pera to do it. For it is Pera's job. They've got the hat and everything. Look. Where are you off, Ellie? What is it that you are doing? Algae. Okay, well, we'll soon sort your need to do that. Good. Oh, right. Well, we're just going to have to deconstruct this, aren't we? More research complete. Lovely. I'm just trying to get as much of the research done sort of now while I can. Ah, we had to do some stuff to get to this. Well, that's fine. I'm happy to do some stuff to get to that. Hatches, you're still surviving. Can we... Is there, like... Here, why don't you dig out this? And you'll have some slightly more available igneous rock. And you might stop running to the bottom of the map to get it. Or not. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Duplicants. You strange, strange creatures. What is this? Oh, it's rust. I see. Oh, I'm so happy that the shovels are now working. It's really funny how quickly we went from, oh no, we still need to kill them, to, oh, we've got tons. Pleasing. Right, how long till you come back on? 2.6 cycles, okay. You can't build that. Oh, lordy. Here you go, have another ladder. Right, deconstruct these. Where are you going, Mimar? Lovely. We can put the liquid pump back. Yes, we can put the oil well back. But only if I can remember where they are, which I literally never do. We're also going to do some automation down here. So we're going to want an atmos sensor on this, and we're going to want a hydro sensor here, because in the last playthrough we remembered what we needed the hydro sensor for. After I got steam in my petroleum boiler way more times than I was happy with, quite frankly. New printables. What have we got? A supplying ranching decorator, definitely not. A researching cooking suit wearer. I mean, we do now have a cook, so I don't think I'm desperate to take another one right now. Operating, digging, ranching. No, I'm not thrilled by any of these. Let's take some rust. Very well done, Duplicants. I'm proud of you. I think we might have to connect this so that the water will run down it. Not that there's a whole bit here that they haven't built yet. Hatches, how are we doing? Okay, we've got a little while, but not too long. So if we could get that built, that would be nice. That said that somebody was scalding. Where were they scalding? Must have been in here. Oh, unless they went to get some iron. They don't really need any iron. They might have gone in here, I guess? Don't know. Somehow they managed to scald themselves, which is pretty funny. Yeah, I'd guess here is probably the only place they could scald themselves, unless they went in there for some iron. Excellent. So this is going to be set on send a green signal if it's above 500. This is going to be set on if it's above like 1. Well, if it's above 0. Because one of the first things we're going to have to do is vent this. Not that there is very much gas in here. We also need to provide the duplicants a way round to the other side of this. We don't really. There is a slight issue where we don't actually have anywhere to put the natural gas as yet. We might have to just build a couple of reservoirs or something to store the natural gas for the short term. Because, I mean, normally I'd be fairly massively more advanced before I was building this, so I'd have, you know, natural gas generators and things to put it in. We're definitely going to build some natural gas generators because we also have this geyser. So in our brick we will have natural gas somewhere. Just not yet. Right. And there. This is going to be an aqua tuner chamber. Not enough mafic. Oh well, we can go and dig some more. It's fine. Since I'm not massively invested yet in getting this built. Got some other things to focus on before we worry about that. 1.6 cycles. Are you still... You go dormant. Oh no, you're still going for 20 cycles. So we might have a problem, because as you can see, this polluted water is largely at its freezing point. This polluted water is only going to be like 30 degrees C. So there might be a problem that when we turn it into clean water for the electrolyzer, it turns to ice. And that would be a bit unfortunate. Now, that will only be an early problem, because as you can see, we're running the oxygen back through here. I know we're running it past an AETN, but we're not going to turn that on just yet. We're not going to worry about cooling our oxygen too much, but we are going to run it through here so we can exchange some heat with this. We might even, we've used granite for now, but we might change these to radiant to see how this goes, and then we're going to run it up into the base and into some suits and all of that sort of stuff. But yes, we might have some teething problems for sure. How are you getting on with this pipe? Lovely. Right, that should help the hatches not drown, because these pumps should start to run, if only a little bit. Right, we could do with some power down here. What are we going to power this on? How much coal do we have? Very little is the answer to that. Because we haven't been able to ranch hatches, obviously, because it's too cold to put them in a ranch anywhere. I suppose we could have tried to ranch them in here, but I also wanted to keep my other critters in here. We had Dreckos in here and all sorts of stuff. So I didn't necessarily want to ranch them in here. Also, I didn't necessarily want to do the labour of feeding them. But it does mean that we don't have very much coal, which might provide us with a problem. How much power do you use, oil well? Oh, of course, your this pipe is already struggling, because of course it is. You don't use very much power. So we could do a little setup. Largely. Let's do a little... there's these as well, which obviously is just enough to require 2 things, but fine. We're going to do a little setup for power just back here. We'll run it on a conductive wire. We won't need a conductive wire, but we'll run it on one anyway. And then we'll need to start thinking about how we... you can probably be led in the short term. We'll worry about you as and when you melt or overheat. There we go. Right, we definitely need now to start... let's just build some igneous tiles down here for you to sit on. There you go. Set up a few kilns to generate heat and have better insulated ceramic pipe. We had some kilns. Well, we had a kiln. We do have a little bit of ceramic. We don't have loads. Oh no, we have 10 tons of ceramic, which is not too bad. So we do have a little bit of ceramic. I'm not desperately worried. Our pipes are doing okay. Our igneous pipes are doing fine, as long as we can keep some movement in them mostly. Apart from these ones, but like these ones we're going to fix by means of pumping hot oxygen in. Pants are overrated. So my bigger concern here is, yeah, just to get things moving. So yeah, while it sits there, it's going to drop temperature. If we can get this actually producing, then we start to have a better opportunity. So what we need to do is we need to dig into these. I'm going to start by just digging 2 there, because I have some thoughts about what we're going to do once we get to there. Right. Yes, you need to pump this out. We are going to need to build these doors in. We are going to need a way round here. How are we going to get round here? We can probably safely come in like across here. So we're going to do that, I think. Going to build a little path across the top there. I mean, I could have done that when I wanted to build these rather than do all the ladders, but never mind. It's done now. So this should... oh no, it won't fill up unless they put coal in both of them, quite frankly. How are we getting on? We're slightly struggling. Oh, Neo. You've got yourself stuck back there. Do come and deconstruct these. Well done. Come out the other side. Thank you. Right, now we can seal this up again. Because yes, we are going to provide a route round here by means of a ladder that we're going to put up and down this one. I think we'll bring it all the way down since we're gonna want this. Here we go. So it's starting to, again, we're having the thermal mass problem, which is that it needs to go for a while before it can work. Also, we're going to be making a vacuum in there, which is not going to be ideal for it to operate in. But we do kind of need it to be a vacuum, which is an interesting problem. Oh, gas. Thank you. It's interesting. Oh, yeah. Like, the whole map's oxygen. It's really weird. Because all the other gases mostly solidify. Everything else is oxygen, and it's really weird to look at. As you can see, like, these are, you can see the carbon dioxide coming straight out. So yeah, it's very weird. To be fair, you can probably just, oh no, we can't disable you. I'll tell you what we can do is we can use this. Oxygen very much included, yes. It's slightly weird, isn't it? So that's what we'll do. We'll turn this off for a little bit because there's no point until we can create a seal. But this should slowly produce enough heat. The oil well sounds, they're quite nice, aren't they? I also really like the train noise that it makes when they vent it. So this should slowly create heat. You can see that down here this is like coming along. Yeah, you can see that even in there the carbon dioxide is considering becoming a liquid and things like that. So also welcome in today, OKM. I hope you are well. We haven't killed your duplicant and we have actual barbecue. We're doing very well. So, speaking of oxygen, now let's have a look at the temperatures here. Yeah, you see, that's a thing. You sort of need these temperatures to be a bit higher, because otherwise we're just going to freeze our pipes. Look, 200,000 calories. Starvation ranching shovels, stupidly overpowered. What is this? Comes out at like 30, right? Oh no, don't, this. Thank you. Yeah, 30. So this should warm that. Do we want to wait long enough? I mean, we kind of have to wait. Maybe I need to put a tepidizer in it. Can I power a tepidizer? Maybe just about. We might use a tepidizer. I don't know how we... Oh, I tell you where we can power a tepidizer from. We could power it from this. So what I think we might do up here is I think we might put another battery in. Like for permanent power. We're not going to do it right now. We'll put a battery in here, which will run off this, but we'll make it independent. And then we'll use that battery to power a tepidizer in here, so we can make sure this stays warm enough that it won't break our pipes in here. Because, like, this is our oxygen, so we definitely don't want our pipes broken. Let's have a tepidizer. Copper will be fine. Nobody's going to look at it. Who cares? Yes, so you can go there. We'll use a... we might use a lead wire, actually, just to be sure. So we're going to make a lead conductive wire that runs up here into that battery there. And this is where it'll get power from. This isn't actually enough power for that, which is interesting. So the tepidizer won't be able to be on all the time, but that's not necessarily a huge issue. Again, we can probably put lead for now. We might have to... Iron has an overheat temperature of plus 50. Is that so? Oh, let's use some iron. They might scald themselves pretty dramatically. We'd also like to dig that out where this has become... has slightly entombed itself. But what I need to do is that I'd like to power this tepidizer now. And what I'm going to do that is I'm going to run this heavy watt wire temporarily down into the tepidizer. Let's cancel that. Cancel this. This is going to be a heavy watt for a second. There isn't strictly enough power here, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work somehow, possibly. Lovely. So we can build that one as well while we're at it. And this is how we're going to make these things work in the longer term. So I think the other thing we're going to do now, while we think about it, is we're going to bridge over there and we're going to sever this. And this pump here is going to also run off our self-powered oxygen maker, because there'll be plenty of power out of this side to do it. Lovely. Right. So you get... Oh, we've got printables. Gold amalgam seems great. Let's take some of that. Always happy to take gold amalgam. Look at this, chat. We've got oil. Got actual oil. Oh yeah, I never built a thing. We will need to build somewhere for this oil to go. I think initially what we'll do is we'll build a... oil refinery just here. We won't even have to worry about it overheating. How exciting is this? What have I done there? Also, why? Hello, Maverinthia. Welcome in today. So we can just like put... we might have to use some of this power, but whatever. We'll make it work. Again, we'll make it work. This is not perfect builds. I can't be bothered to do things perfectly. And also, like, surely doing things in a weird fashion is the point of playing a weird challenge map, you know? Isn't that the whole reason we're here doing this? So I have to do things differently and all of that? Lovely. So we'll set this tepidizer on. I suppose I will put a some automation on it, because the automation is free. It doesn't cost any power, really. It costs a tiny bit of lead, which we most certainly can afford. Frankly. No automation wire connected. You don't tell me about that, because I am never going to connect an automation wire to you. Frankly. So we're just going to let this water get a little bit warmer with the tepidizer and the warmer water coming out of there. And then we should be able to run it into our oxygen. Yeah, it's cold, Emily. I know. Life's hard for a duplicant. I believe we've discussed this before. Right. Over here, we're going to want to do something. Oh, come here. Let me allow you to get in there by doing that. Oh, do you know what? Cancel all of this digging. Because apparently I've thought of a much better way for you people to get down the back here. In a way that I definitely approve of. So, do that. Right. Refinement. Let's make some petroleum. And then we can make a genuine, like, proper... industrial thingy. Not there, obviously. We can probably deconstruct that bit. What we are going to want is we're going to want a couple of liquid reservoirs. They're fine, they can be gold, whatever. There we go. We'll just vent the natural gas into the surroundings and not worry about it too much. I don't know, no, natural gas has quite a low freezing point, doesn't it? We're not super likely to make solid methane. I think. I mean, we might do. Yeah, that should be fine. So we're going to make some petroleum. Look at this. Nearly made a seal. 160-ish, yeah. Well, no, it should be alright. Should be alright. Wow, a huge surplus of food now. What did I say, Spoonwood? You didn't have faith in me, but the shovels are succeeding. My starvation ranching has come to fruition. We're doing fine. Also, the Pacu are like now being able to produce like regular food without us having to cull them and stuff like that. So it's going pretty well. Our biggest problem now is trying not to accidentally drown our hatches. Which is one of the reasons why we've set up this oil well. I mean, one, obviously having some oil is nice, but also we sort of need to use some of this water. So we'll also set one up over here in due course. I don't know what we'll do with the oil out of that one. We might have to build it a pit as well. But this pit is going to be really useful because we can also use... This will also give us an opportunity to open this. And pour that into this little pit as well. Now there is a thing obviously where I'm going to have to build some actual insulated tiles so they don't melt the walls of their pit, but it's all good. It's all good. They'll be fine. Or something. Maybe not. 1200. Yes, you can power this as well. Let's make some petroleum. Like a grown-up colony. We've been a little slow, but we're not super slow. And there we are. We have a lock. Now we have a lock. I would like to once again pump this out. I forget my friends' birthdays, but I know the state changed temperatures of various random elements off the top of my head. Oh, Emily. Yeah. I mean, I have sympathy with that. I definitely have some sympathy with that being a state of affairs. I mean, how much oxygen can there possibly still be in here? Milligrams. Alright, we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, how are we getting on in here, Tepidizer? We've run out of power. Well, that's not strictly ideal. It's not quite warm enough. It's having some exciting state change problems by the look of it. But, oh yeah, like the carbon dioxide, look, the carbon dioxide is drifting up, turning back into liquid and gases, and then trying to fall down again, and then, yeah. We've got some issues going on there, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We just need to get it to like minus, just under minus, or just over -2. Because then it won't state change when it turns into water. So we're getting there. Right, this, turn this on if it's below, let's say 20 degrees. For that. We might have some trouble. We don't really have enough power to turn on the Tepidizer and turn on this simultaneously, so we might have a little bit of trouble with our power generation up here. We could create some extra coal generators, but here we go. Very slowly. Ah! That is fine. You no longer need to do a thing. There we go. And we'll worry about that again later. So now we need to worry about somewhere to put the pressure damage. Oh, how is there water in here? Oh, because of the pressure. What have we got pressure damage on? Spoonwood? Can you be more specific? What is this? Oh, it's carbon dioxide. I'll go away in a minute. What have we got pressure damage on? That is pretty annoying. I mean, we can just pump it out into here and not worry about it too much. But yes, that's why this needs to now change to above 3. Actually, 3,000 should be fine. 3 kilos should be fine. Because that is what we learnt. It was your insulated tile by the ATN. Thank you. Yes, could be pressure damage from state changes. There was probably ice. Yeah, there's ice. Let's just reinforce then. It's probably the easiest way. We'll just build a regular, say, granite tile just behind it. So that they, yeah, great. We're warm enough. Let us... What is it? The thing that I want to do? Oh, I know what the thing I want to do is. I know how this works. Honest. That's the thing. Can we get this done? This is important. Okay, we might have to sever this for a minute because we're not producing enough power to do both of those things. So then we can put power into here. Ooh, I don't think I've set up anywhere for the oxygen to vent. The oxygen lines to vent off. So, where are we going to have them vent off? Let's say here. Please build these at a 9. Might work for a little bit. We're going to get... Oh, obviously there's carbon dioxide in literally this one. It's going to damage my suit dogs. So, wow, this oxygen is already really cold. Well, I mean, I say it's really cold. It's still warmer than, like, anything else. So, it'll be fine, I guess. Oh, I haven't actually... That's why. I've never set these above 450. Did we build this tile? We did. Lovely. 450. 250. Right, let's try and get this sorted out. Oh, is this already broken? This was why I had a tepidizer, so you wouldn't do that. No, not the water sieve. I did a whole thing so you wouldn't state change here. Please deconstruct that. I told you it might be difficult as we started to get them to sort this out. This polluted water should be of a reasonable temperature to not state change. Mind you, it's sitting in the pipes here is not going to be helpful. Because that is going to make it colder as it comes out. Why is it minus 8.5? It's only minus 2 going in. How does that make sense, chat? Does anyone in chat understand why it's 6 degrees colder coming out than it is going in? Well, I tell you what, if we're struggling with this, a thing we might want to do is actually just Fast and Furious physics. I suppose that could be the reason. What we might do is we might just, I think there is something about the input-output of bridges exchanging a lot of heat with the surroundings. Oh, there is. Thank you very much for the follow, Afra. Hope you're having a lovely time. Oh, certainly I will try and sit up straight. Thank you very much. Right, I think what we're going to do here is we're going to try and literally vent all the random gases out of here. Since oh, we don't have any power for it. We might have some power. Since we can't do anything else, we might as well get the crap out of here to begin with. While we wait for our thing to sort itself out. If you see what I mean. I'll also try and sit back a bit. There we go. Lovely. So yeah, while we're trying to get this to sort itself out. Right, let's build. Should we make this bit ceramic and see if that helps a bit? Why not? Let's make a little ceramic pipe here. I suppose the surroundings are quite cold. I don't know. Neo. I mean, that could be it. That these themselves have a slightly different way of dealing with it. We could try some ceramic. See if we can help. Immediate cold damage. Immediately breaking? Yes. Wow, this is frustrating. Right, in that case, once we have vented this, we're going to turn on the tepidizer again. I wonder if we can just turn on the tepidizer anyway. Might be tricky. But let's try and turn on the tepidizer again. I know, for example, you shouldn't put a bridge across insulation if you have a hot and a cold room. I have seen that, yes. I have seen that problem. Let's try and make this warmer. That's what we're going to do to start off with. Is we're going to try and spend some energy to turn this on. Right, now we're going to set these to the appropriate levels. So that when we can actually get water in here, we can sort this out. Who is idle? Neo? Neo? You're actually idle. My god. It's unacceptable. Oh, it's thing. What have I set this on? Oh yeah, not 500. It's supposed to be if it's above, like, 10. We might get some water in this, but whatever. Yeah, definitely going to get some water in our, thing. Oh no, someone isn't working. You know I severely don't believe in people not working. Oh, that's an interesting problem. I don't think I've ever had that one break before. Do we care? No, not massively at this point. It's fine. Our toilets are still running. No worries. So that's the important thing. Oh, do you know what we could do to add a little bit of heat to this right now? Is if we deconstruct this. This is on a 9, right? Yeah. If we deconstruct this and rebuild it, then there will be a whole bunch of moderately warm pee to go in the pool. 5 tons of moderately warm pee. Or, you know, warm by the scales of the 100k map. How are you doing, Tepodizer? 2 degrees, 1.8. It's over here we need to watch it. Yeah, which isn't quite getting there. Slowly, slowly. Wow. I don't think, Danish Nerd, this is the job for you. We didn't really hire you to deconstruct stuff. One of these sinks is going to break soon. That'll be alright though. We allow for 2 broken sinks. How are we getting on down here? So, considering we're losing such a lot of temperature as it crosses through here, I don't necessarily want to, I want a decent buffer here if we can get one. Printables. Are any of them like 50 centigrades of heat? That's what we could do with. Decorating, cooking, ranching. No, no, no. You also have a bottomless stomach. I mean, I know I have food now, but it's not going to last forever. Noodle arms. Probably not. No, we don't like you. Cooking, decorating, researching, mouth breather. No, let's just have some sand. Excuse me one. Was it only me there that saw Emily doing that mad dance? This may not have been sufficient sneezing. There might be more sneezing to come. That would be unfortunate. We're getting there though. This tepodizer is doing its job. Plus the fact that this water is warm and so is that water. I think one of the things that's happening over here is the tepodizer is heating up like liquefiable carbon dioxide and stuff that has fallen in here, which is creating the weird gas patterns. Sneeze to the sneezing. Should we give it another go? See, look. What is that weird dance? What's going on, Duplicants? Oh, you don't have anything to do. That's what's going on. They don't have enough stuff to do. So they're obviously trying to move to something to do, and then discovering that, like, they don't have anything to do. And it's confusing for them. Right, let's do some sweeping, for one thing. No critter eggs, thanks. Oh yes, so that's fine. There appears to be a big block of ice there, which I'd definitely like to not be living in the dining room. So let's do some sweeping here. No, right, just for this bit, no. liquefiables, but you can sweep out the rest of the stuff that's in there. Lovely, let's have a little sweep. That'll keep them busy for 5 minutes. You think they'd be programmed to do downtime stuff if they're idle. What the... What is going on with their... Find safe area. Store carbon dioxide. Store polluted water. What is on... Oh, right. Can someone tell me why they've gone a bit bonkers? It's a bit weird. Right, let's try this one again, shall we? Let's deconstruct this. We're gonna have another go. We might need to sever the tepidizer again. Thank you. Kaylee, I see that you, however, are not bonkers, as always. And have just done the sensible thing of doing the thing and then wandering off to do something else. So they must have finished building our pit down here. Well, all the pit they can reach. That is completely fine. What have we got here? We've got some liquid methane. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, game. Thanks. I think I'm just going to dig this out and see if it works. And then we're going to analyse this on a 7. We might scold Emily, so we might have to keep an eye on that. Right. Oh, they haven't... Oh, they built it and it immediately broke again. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's because of this. Right, hang on. I know what we need to do. I know what we need to do. Right, you there. You need to come out into this. And we need to stop you working for a minute. There you go. Because this has been sat in the pipe getting cold. Frankly. So, because it's been sat in the pipe getting cold, it's cold when it goes in the thing. You have got polluted water in you that's cold. I wonder if I can get that out. Maybe? We're going to do another thing here. We're going to deconstruct this. No, that's a sweep. We're going to deconstruct that, but I'm also going to deconstruct the sieve. It's 0 kilos though. But if the game thinks it's there, Emily, it might still do that temperature evening thing that liquids do when you put them in a reservoir together or when you put them in anything together. Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, I don't really want to use the thing because then we won't have enough water coming in. But yeah, I think it's just that that will, I think, even though it's 0 kilos, that can count towards temperature evening. So then when we put other water in there, yes, that's it. We're just going to deconstruct the sieve and build it again. I think that should work. I mean, you were all moaning that you didn't have anything to do, and now nobody's coming to deconstruct my sieve. Get on it, duplicants. You, what names? Because I think this should solve our problem. Hopefully. Also, the tepidizer has been doing its job down here. Right. So, we're going to want to cut that off again. What bit of come and deconstruct these things are you not getting? Duplicants. You can also... Hadn't I got you on? Yeah, you can pour the liquid chlorine down there as well, to be honest. Excellent, right. Ceramic pipe. You, flow back this way for a minute. Excellent. Right, let's deconstruct that. Let's... No, we want to connect that again last. So now let's build the sieve. What am I looking for? Refinement. Sieve. Sieve. There's the sieve. Right, now let's build the sieve. Yes. 1, 2, 3. That's okay. We don't care about those. How are you doing, Emily? You haven't scalded yourself yet, so that's nice. Excellent. Well done, Life of Steel. Right. What do you mean you don't have power? Oh, because you're powered off this. That's fine. Right, good. Someone's filling that up. Now you have power. We are going to do this. This water coming up is like a nice temperature. Sieve. Fill this sieve right now. Because I don't want this to sit here. That defeats the whole point. What are you doing? Good. That's what I like to see, Danish. You come over here and fill this sieve. Well done. Ha! Success. Victory is mine. So now we are producing oxygen and hydrogen, which we're going to have to vent out these pipes for a bit. What's having wrong element damage? What is this? Oh, there's chlorine in it. Sod off. Sod right off. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Right, we might have to turn the tepidizer off again because it's eating all our power. There you go. There's a slight issue. What? Who's suffocating? They're not. It's okay. Whoever was suffocating has sorted their life out. How much chlorine can there genuinely be in this tiny pool? Look at this nonsense. It's too warm for liquid chlorine. What a load of nonsense. It's definitely too warm in this pool for liquid chlorine. Look, where is it coming from? Oh, I see. The chlorine is like coming up here. Man. This might be a problem. Look, now there's chlorine in here. I'm interested that the chlorine just comes out the other side. But sure. Well, this is going to be a thing. Let's look at the pipe overlay again. Okay, we seem to have cleared through the chlorine problem down here. No, spoke too soon. Obviously, it's immediately done it again as soon as I said that. How damaged is stuff getting? Not outrageously damaged. Oh, man. Otherwise, it's actually, if it wasn't for the chlorine problem, we are good to go. So, we're actually going to ignore the chlorine problem on the whole. Yeah, you can stay there. We are gonna pretend the chlorine problem doesn't exist. We're gonna add this bridge in here. What did I just make that bridge out of? Gas bridge. Sandstone. Oh, I knew you were gonna do that. Please tell me this bridge isn't sandstone. Oh, it fucking is. God damn it. This map really faces you with unique problems. It does, doesn't it? Why is there chlorine, liquid chlorine in my thing? Right, this is going on anyway, so we've obviously got some wrong element damage, but this is fine. This is fine. We are going to deconstruct these, no, regular overlay. We're going to deconstruct those. They don't need to exist anymore. What am I trying to look for? This. Thank you. Yes, we're going to replace these gas bridges with gas bridges that are less stupid. And good, you've got that out the way. So we're also going to... Oh, we don't really want to power the anti-entropy nullifier, do we? Let's sever that again. No. Actually, no. Actually, just no. Okay, look, this is like 20 degrees. Not too bad. Not too bad. So, oxygen here, 17. I mean, I'll take it. An Australian wins in the tour. Pogacar looked very strong again. Breakaway win or sprint win today? Trophonius. Right, so now we can do this. But look at this. We're piping oxygen. We're piping actual alpine win after long solo. Wow. So yes, essentially, he's second in the general standings now. That's some solo then. He must have been quite a long way out in front. Right, so a thing we need to do at this point, but yeah, the way this piping works is, if at all possible, everything will come into these generators. If not, it'll go into this generator. If for whatever reason all of this goes horribly wrong, then it'll come down here. Oh no, that's the other way round. It'll come down here first. It'll come down here first. I don't want it to. So I'm actually going to deconstruct that vent. So it will fill this pipe, but I don't want it to vent out anymore. Because later on we will want it to power the ATN all the time. But we don't now. Right, these are full, which means it's time to sever this wire in here. They're still having that problem. We will use some leftover power up here to power the tapidizer for a little bit. Why is there water in here as well? Who can possibly say? What do the liquid pipes look like inside of your electrolyzer system? They are just, like, they're straight. They look fine. They're not damaged. We've got some damage from this electrolyzer, but otherwise we're doing alright. Are we still getting wrong element damage there? We still are getting some odds and bits of chlorine. Unbelievable. Well, that might be an ongoing problem, but hopefully it won't be too bad. Right, so this is now powering itself. It's also powering this, and actually this pump up here. No Sunday off for you today. And as a descendant of loyalists, happy anniversary of unlawful and violent insurrection to any Americans. Oh, of course. It's the 4th of July. Happy 4th of July, everyone. Congratulations on your escape from a British Imperial rule. Even if you had to suck up to the French to achieve it. But yes. No, I hope you're all having a lovely 4th of July. For those of you for whom it is a holiday, if there are any of you in here, I hope you're having a lovely time. Spoken like a real bloody Brit. Of course, like, well, we can accept that you got away from us, but the fact that you had to suck up to the French to achieve it, I mean, that's terrible. Imagine having to suck up to the French for anything. Canadian. Some Commonwealther. Not a Brit. Oh, I think Emily was suggesting that I am a terrible Brit. Heather, not you. Okay, so this is starting to sort itself out. I think that what I would like to do now is I'd like to sacrifice this. We don't have very much coal, so I'd like this to go away. And this tepidizer, now we've got some temperature in here. No worries at all. Now we've got some temperature in here, can run off this once we build up enough hydrogen in here to start running through. So there'll be a little bit of a delay before the tepidizer comes back. Sorry to make it all about me like a cat then. I'm sure we will cope, Heather. It's good to see you again. I hope you are well. I hope British Columbia is no longer as ridiculously hot as it has been, and that things have returned to a more stable temperature there. Things are going okay, Squeakers. Look at this oxygen that we are pumping into our base. Oh look, it's made 0 difference to the temperature so far. Hopefully at some point it will start to make a difference to the temperature. Oh wow. Yeah, we did some damage to this dock. I was going to say at least the French had good food, but I can't think of any dishes I like that are French. What temperature is it coming out at? Not super warm. Oh, it's minus 15. Why is this one minus 15? Oh, because it's been sat at the pipes. So in the pipes, when the pipes are moving, it's about 15 to 20. I don't know why this pipe... Oh, because this pipe is already seized up. Yeah, so it's coming out at like 20. Belgium had some bad storms today. Bring back the tepidizer. It's okay. It's okay, Spoonwood. We fixed the tepidizer. It's not running just yet, but our overflow will run the tepidizer. Hubby and I missed Orca off our dock yesterday because we were having gross middle-aged people sex. But the heat did break. Well, thank you, Heather, for that knowledge. I'm pleased that you and your husband still like each other, or at least bother to have sex with each other. Let's have a look at some printables. A machinist, but not a very exciting one. A rancher, but we just took one. I'm just joking. No, I think it's reasonable. We do need the tepidizer. But yes, Spoonwood, we do need the tepidizer. Especially because we're running the cool slush in there. There were deer though. Oh, lovely. Do we want this? Tidying, doctoring, researching? I mean, Nicola's not bad. I think I'd like, if we find a doctor cook, I think I'd like a doctor cook. I might take a second cook if they're to like be a cook and clean and all of that. But I'll take a doctor if I can find a doctor cook. Why are people idle again? I can't believe people are idle. Oh, I just, instead of rejecting them, I just was like, no. Have we made some petroleum? Not very much. Well, not everyone should be idle, because someone should be here Making petroleum. Oh, there's no crude in this. That's why you're not making it. Do we need to make this? We need to make this above 0, don't we? There you go. Oh, we managed to analyze our leaky oil fissure. Look at this. I've opened up a leaky oil fissure. It's actually putting out oil. This is even better than the last playthrough where I opened one up but then I overpressurized it by putting it in my water tank. Which wasn't entirely deliberate, but that is a thing. So, calculated average output. Almost nothing. Yes, I do have some liquid methane. That wasn't entirely deliberate, but we do have some liquid methane down here. Oh, it's dormant, but it's active again in 0.2 cycles? Oh, so it's active for 0.3 cycles every 0.6 cycles. What a weird activity period. How much? You can't see it? Yes, you can. Look, it's here. It's not even behind my head. Oh, how much oil? Hang on. Right, let me move my head. Here we go. I'll show you the leaky oil fissure again. So the leaky oil fissure produces 175.33 grams a second. It is average. It is active for 0.3 of a cycle for in every 0.6 cycles. So it's essentially active half the time. But it's sort of rubbish. Yeah, so actually, like, it's weird. It's actually kind of active all the time. Because then its eruption period is 600 seconds every 600 seconds. So where most would say they were idle in between, this one just goes dormant in between, which is a bit weird. But yeah, it doesn't put out very much. But that's fine. It will eventually, yeah, look. You can see the natural gas turning into liquid methane. Should we keep the liquid methane? Shall we see if we can mop the liquid methane and keep it? Oh, look at this. Let's mop liquid methane. Also, people are idle, so they can come and do ridiculous things like mop liquid methane to keep me entertained. Look at all this liquid methane. It's because we've been running this as well. Mop the methane. Duplicants. Oh, no. Oh, we've run out of coal. Oops. We've run out of coal. Right. So we've got some other problems now that we've run out of coal. That is going to be an issue. Right, where can we get coal? I dug out most of the sandstone biomes. There's a tiny bit in here. There's also some dirt, which should allow us to do some stuff. Mopping is holy work. How is the Vol Ranch going? Profit. We have 218,461 calories. Vols are doing very well. However, we've just run out of coal. So we've got some other problems to worry about now. Forests don't have coal, do they? No. Where else can I get coal? You don't have any coal. No, iron ore. Some of these have coal. Let's get in there. We don't have very much coal though. So we are going to need to start transferring to other power sources sort of forthwith. Frankly. Not entirely sure how we're going to achieve this, but yeah, this maybe doesn't need to be on a 9. Open the hydrogen vents. We've got 2. We could do that. We probably don't have to worry about their heat very much. Let's have a look. Oh, there's some coal here. In you get. I don't think this is coal. That's fine. We'll dig that out. Coal. There's a big bit of coal over here. Let's go get it. some 500-degree C gas might not be a bad thing. Absolutely. Indeed, squeakers. We could well do that. It's quite efficient as well, actually, hydrogen. It's not too bad at all. So let's get in here and do some of these things. How are we getting on here? It's fine. We've still only got 2 sinks down. This is all functioning. I'm a little bit worried about that electrolyzer and whether it will die. We've got some suits, though I haven't really worked out how I'm going to force people to wear them at any point, but we'll work that out. Oh, here's a good patch of coal that's quite nearby. Let's have a nice dig in here. Duplicants. One super nice feature of playing for super sustainable is that you'll only run out of coal by using kilns. Ah, that's fair. I mean, let's face it, as I was saying to Pitter, like the other day, for me I never run out of coal because I ranch hatches so aggressively all the time. The only reason we've run out of coal is because I can't ranch hatches because it's too cold. Otherwise, you know, running out of coal is just a complete anathema. I suspect this is like the 2nd time ever in a playthrough I've had to scramble for coal. But there you go, we should get a little bit now. We've deconstructed all of those ones. We do need to keep this one going because it's making us some petroleum and stuff like that. We are going to start... Oh, I do want to mop this methane. Get mopping with the methane, people. We might not have coal, but my lord, let's have methane. Because look at all this methane. But yes, after this we're going to, I guess not a feature, but something else. Yes. Consequence, maybe? Right. It's time now to start properly thinking about this industrial zone that we're going to build up here. We're going to free some hydrogen, because, like, who cares, really? It's not a massive issue. And we're going to have a little think about what this is going to look like. We're going to have some steam turbines up here. We're going to have some metal stuff underneath there. You know, what are they called? Refinement. That's the thing they're called. We're making some petroleum to use with them. So yes, this is going all right. We're not quite powering the tepidizer again, but the thermal mass is now working itself out pretty well in here to hold a reasonably stable temperature. Idle dupes and power problems. How about some wheels on low priority? Oh. Yes, maybe, Emily. We might well do. We could put some maybe along here to add into our grid. I just saw that volcano and thought, oh crap, that must be releasing heat. How are they handling that without cooling? Oh wait, indeed. Oh yeah, we don't worry about having the virtual planetarium. Just do the basics. We'll worry about the virtual planetarium at some point later on. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, my one concern about it is that the iron itself is so hot. Because, like, if you look at this iron that's just come out, it's like 1500 degrees C. So if the duplicants come down and pick that up, they're going to scald themselves. So that's my only concern about that being open for the meantime. But I am going to build a tamer on it later on, once we get, like, industry up and running. One of the things I was trying to decide with this little industry setup is whether I in fact want to bring the industry sort of all the way across here and include the little tamer in the industry. I I think probably not. Because I think if we do that, it's going to start to impinge on this anyway. So I think this is the size of the aquatuna chamber that we can build. Oh yeah, we're out of mafic. We'll go and find some mafic around the map. Is it going to be a sauna? I have never I've never made an industrial sauna, so I don't know how, is the answer. So no, it's not, on the grounds that I don't know what I'm doing to make one. I know the principle of it. I mean, maybe? No, it would just be... The reason I'm not going to make it a sauna is because if you think about how... I don't know if you've seen like Francis or someone like that make them, but you have to get the temperature up to begin with. And if you think about how much power we'd have to use to make the steam to begin with to get it stable, would just be nuts. Yes, steam atmosphere industry. That is what we're talking about, Dr. Trophonius. I mean, it would be quite funny to make on the 100k challenge. My cam's still off. I tell you what, with my cam still being off, I'm going to take a very swift break while they sort of potter through doing this. Let me put the speed down a tiny bit. And I will be right back. How much diamond do I have? Not very much, I think, Spoonwood. Yes, I saw him do it, the one where he had a volcano or something in it. But I don't think even this volcano, if you look at the surrounding temperature, I mean, it's just not really making an impact, squeakers. So, enjoy the stretch. I will enjoy the stretch. I'll be right back. Let me just answer, what am I trying to answer? Spoonwood's question about diamond. Where is it? Miscellaneous? It is. It's currently I have 15.7 tons. I didn't see loads down in the oil biome. Right. We will be right back. It'll just be a couple of minutes. And I will see you all soon. God damn it. I swept for brine in this tank. Don't give me there's too much liquid there. We did a sweep for that. Right. Here's my face. That is annoying, because we definitely did a sweep for this. Oh no, it's in the bloody... Chat. Chat. Where did it come from? We swept all this out of there. Right, we're going to have another sweep. Right, Duplicants, you're going to have to get super wet. That is not a good situation. I agree. Duplicants, get wet. Oh, I wonder if it's because there's brine bottles and we don't have anywhere to put brine bottles. I tell you what, we can make somewhere to put brine bottles. Why don't we? Not there. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we dig across here, like that, we can put a brine bottle there. And we can drop all the brine here into our salt water. Interestingly, the ice is back to ice. Is this off? Oh, it's off. Well, that's good. It means it won't be too hot in here. Right. Come on, Duplicants. There's lots of work to do now to fix things that are obviously broken, because jazz hands. Right, I am gonna... Everything that I actually need done to fix the electrolyzer goes up to a 7 immediately. Oh, there is still the methane mopping. We'll do some more methane mopping in a bit. Right, fixing the electrolyzer. Right, one thing we're gonna do is... Oh, there's still chlorine in here as well. Let's sever this. For now, we are going to stop this. We're going to have to get into it and fix it up. Essentially, aggravating though it is, oh, it's going to be really hard to fix it up. Because I haven't got any additional power. So once we leach the gases out, I don't have any power. Let me... Well, I've got some hydrogen here, so that will help. Come on, you lot. Let's get going. Right. You have to get in here. And I think what we're going to do as we get in here is we're also going to deconstruct and reconstruct this electrolyzer, which I think we can probably do from underneath. Printables. Is it a new electrolyzer? It is not. Digger with bottomless stomach. We don't want not very useful doctor. Aluminum ore or joya seeds. I think we'll still take the aluminum ore. We have plenty. Good morning, Sashomatic. I hope you are well. We are having some very aggravating electrolyzer problems right now because our... somehow there's some brine in here. I don't know how. I definitely swept. I did a whole thing. I swept. But there we go. Sad times. Oof. Indeed oof. You can see the big oof just there. You're gonna have to open stuff up, let a bunch of gases in. All that sort of jazz. They should be able to get in there. I hate it when stuff starts to break after you closed it up. It's not ideal, certainly. Sometimes it happens, and that's just the way it is. Right, so, yes, good. We're doing the digging along here to get into here. So we're going to drop all our brine off here by our saltwater geyser. because that seems a perfectly reasonable place to put it. Frankly, so we've swept all of that now, so that's nice. Can you reach this errand? No. Okay. Let me deconstruct that. I set up a 2-pump system, and I'm going to attempt the one you have today, because 2 pumps aren't going to scale. No. One of the advantages of this is that it does provide for a lot of duplicants. One of the disadvantages is that when you don't have a lot of duplicants, your gases sit around in the pipes for a long time. So, like, it's a bit of... There are costs to using this. I really like this, but it is definitely a cost. If you're not using the oxygen, because you don't have enough duplicants to breathe it, then it does sit here in the pipes. Which can be... for me, it's not ideal because I was hoping to use the oxygen to warm. For most bases, it's not ideal because the oxygen might be too warm. So... Oh, they're not going to be able to jump up there, are they? This is still going to be unreachable for them. No, someone has decided they can reach it now. Except, because I don't want to make a half Rodriguez, then I have to rebuild another one. That is why I do not bother. As I say, there is a cost attached to starting with the big one, when I only have 9 duplicants, but it's a cost I'm willing to pay on the whole. Which is, you know, that's ONI all round, isn't it? You're working on, am I willing to pay this cost? That's sort of a big part of ONI. How are we doing with the researchers' point of interest? Did we finish all the... No, we haven't finished all the research we can do there. That's fine, then we'll carry on. How are the gases going in here? See, the gases are going fine in here, so if we're lucky, can we actually do this? Let's come and do this. I love that your worst enemy is you. You don't have an invasion or anything. I like that too. I like that it's a base builder where the base building is complex enough that you don't have to have an enemy. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of having an enemy in my games, necessarily. I mean, it depends. There are some sorts of enemies that can be fun. But I really enjoy that... oh, we never actually built somewhere for clean water to go. I kept thinking about it and then never getting around to it. So we're going to do that as well while I think about it. Which is... Well, partly it's just... I haven't bothered because it's just going in the science. But... sorry. I got in some sort of loop there. We're going to build one there. Yeah, like, although it can be fun, I like this. The full Rodriguez is more efficient in terms of hydrogen production versus power consumption. That is also true. I don't think that many players care about those sorts of things. There's definitely some players that do, but I think if you were to take the proportion of people who play ONI, you would discover that you get a massive higher number who would care about, is it easy to build, does it do what I want, versus the exact power consumption stats. Because that's always one of the things that people who really swear by the partially submerged ones always say, is like, but they're so much more efficient. You have 100% hydrogen uptime and all of that. And I'm like, well, that's lovely, but like, look at my setup here. My hydrogen is backed up. My oxygen is backed up. I don't need any more, you know, production out of it. And equally, because it's self-powered, I don't have to worry too much about the power to things. Does that make sense? From what I've seen on Twitch, I would guess you're right. I don't know. I mean, it's difficult because it's really difficult to access communities, like player communities. I know this from a job I used to do, and also a job my partner had a job working with a developer to do some stuff, like they do branding and stuff, so not game side, but one of the things that they were talking about, why does Neo oh, you, what name? Here, Neo, you can jump over there. What are you doing? Jump over here. Now dig those out. Why aren't you digging those out, Neo? What if we make them like a 1? Let's cancel these. Neo, if I make this like a 1, where only you can do it. Why aren't you doing it, Neo? Why is it number 2? What is number 1 on find safe area? So I think, once again, some of my mods were broken this morning, which suggests to me that some sort of small update has occurred. And it would appear that duplicants have been... this find safe area errand has been shoved up to the thing. Yeah, the problem is, like, look, the problem is that I can't get Neo to do the work. And I think, you know them dancing around up here? I think it's to do with this one safe area thing. I don't know why that is causing a problem or where this problem came from. But certainly, let's see if we can do this on a 9, if we can get someone else to come and do it. Yes, Neo can dig that. But Neo is having some sort of freak out with, I have to find a safe area all the time? Look at this errand. Neo can dig granite. They're just, like, they won't... We've got some sort of problem with this find safe area. Once they get in it, they can't function. And I assume there must have been an update, or it's a conflict with one of my mods, or something like that. Where are you going? There you go, Neo. Oh, yeah, well, I suppose I don't really care about that. This, by the way, I'd like us to put the salt water and the brine in at a 9. Cheers. Yes, that's buggy and dangerous. I agree. Yeah, because you see, Neo could have done that before, but instead they needed to have, like, a sleep and to reset before that happened. So I think that explains the duplicants dancing around today. I'll have to look at my mod list and see if it's a conflict there that's going on. I have noticed that weird behaviour. I assume it's going to stop them going into even more dangerous areas trying to get safe. I mean, that might be true, Squeakers, but that's terrible. That is a terrible, terrible solution. Because mostly the way you get them to be safe, or like one of the easiest ways to get them to be safe, is you dig them up through stuff. But yes, it seems to have just started today. No, hang on. I know I'm still excited by the methane, but let's concentrate. Let's concentrate. We do have storage for this. That's fine then. It's just somebody using it. That is not a problem. Let's get them to do this brine on urgency so we can seal this back up. Because then we can actually get the electrolyzer going again. We'll continue to let them do the sweeping out of here. But they won't build a ladder and wait for a hero dupe to come and save them rather than just doing the thing. That is not great. That is not great at all. I mean, you always used to have that problem because hang on, let me get my brain to work around this. So it used to be that you wanted to set ladders or dig commands to a really low priority to save your duplicants, because then they would do it because they couldn't do anything else, and like someone all the way across the map wouldn't pick up that command to come and do it. So that was a way to get round the behaviour that they used to have, but even that didn't work here, because Neo was just caught in this loop of I need to get to somewhere safe and therefore I won't pick up an errand. And that's not ideal at all. That's a problem. Is someone doing this errand? Errands. Prophet is doing this errand. Okay, Prophet. Because, yeah, we've got a bit of brine. We need to move out of here. They should be able to pick it, pretty much all of it up simultaneously. We'll see whether they actually do that. Also, I don't know where Prophet is doing this errand. Which one is Prophet? Prophet's our rancher, isn't it? Where's Prophet? There's Prophet. Prophet most certainly is not doing this errand. Prophet is going to the bathroom. Can we look again at who is doing this errand? No one. The Danish nerd is now doing this errand. Where are you, Danish? Right, okay. Like, I don't understand why you would pick that up and not the one I've told you is urgent. They get super upset about the urgent stuff. Oh, yeah, I keep coming up with this. I'm going to set this back to a 9. See? Silly dupes thinking their safety is more important than the job at hand. Well, I mean, that would be fine, but, like, I just want them to do the jobs that will enable them to be safe, right? I'm going to turn that off. Look, I have had this error quite a lot recently. If you turn them up to yellow priority, it immediately says they can't do the job. I've had this a few times with sweep errands. That if I set them to a an urgent priority, they don't do them. But if I just set them to a 9, they are like, oh no, we can do that. Right, I need to make this sweep only for now, because they're just taking this brine up here, which I don't want them to do. Also, I wanted to save that brine, but never mind. So yeah, there appear to be some stuff. I should probably go in the like forums and mention it all, but I'm not very good at that. Seems a lot of effort. But yes, I probably should, because there definitely appear to be a couple of bugs going on here. Though, as I say, the other one might be a mod bug. Though, to be fair, the mod that I had that was broken this morning was a more colourful shine bugs, which one suspects is not really going to interact with duplicant behaviour very much. While they're doing that, I am going to... Oh, I can't, because we don't have any plastic. Alright, so the other thing I'll do then is that... Good. You can take it all? No, we can take a couple. We are going to put these to an 8. So I can try and get them to do these ones. What mod are you using for the cold map? This is the 100k challenge mod. So I suppose it could be that. Excuse me. KMK, but this is not a the bug with the sweeping is a bug I've encountered possibly only with this map, but I would have to check. However, the bug with the safety is definitely a bug I've only encountered today. They weren't doing it before today, I would say. Because certainly they've had plenty of opportunities to not be standing somewhere safe. I've just started a new map and they don't move at all. Wow. New... What sort of map, Afra? Lovely. They've built this, so let's get this filled back in. Vanilla Oceanus. Okay. That's a bit weird. So, yes, it might be that we've possibly had a little update and it's introduced some... Are you entirely mod-free, Afra? It might be that ONI has got a little bit buggy. I mean, it wouldn't exactly be the first time, would it? Yes, completely mod-free. Lovely. That's a good thing to know. Alright. Cold damage. Oh, of course, it's been sitting in the goddamn pipes, hasn't it? Right. You know what we're going to have to do now, don't you? Alright, alright. You, what names? Let's deconstruct. Sever there and there. Build one here. We're deconstructing this. We are also deconstruct that. Lovely. Right, give me 1 sec. Well, if Afra is correct, Spoonwood, then it's not the mod, it's the ONI. But yes, the weirdness with sweep on priority I've definitely been encountering before. Hey there. Hey there, Nia. You got yourself stuck again. Just deconstruct that. There you go. Whatever. Mod free is the lifestyle. I don't necessarily agree. I don't want any of these. I am on 469 300. Yeah, me too. Afra. Oh, it's fixed now. My duplicants are teaching me a lot about anger management. I can understand why you would say such a thing. Oops. I think we drowned all the hatches. Oh well. Hopefully we'll get some more. I haven't tried absolute zero. I didn't know that that was a thing. Do you have a full list of your mods? Told you they'd drown. You are right, Ohms. You are right. I'm not that worried. I think I updated it. Squeakers? Even oxygen turns to liquid dripping everywhere. I mean, how are you supposed to survive then? Like, because there's no way you can produce oxygen quickly enough to counteract that. KMK. We're still having this chlorine problem. Right. So, we've rebuilt all the pipes. Once again, we cleaned this out. We even replaced this one. because why not, since we were breaking in there. I mean, one of the advantages of the way the gases work on this map, and that most of them solidify, is that it does mean that even when you open this up, you're much less likely to get terrible gases come flooding in, which is quite nice. I quite like that bit of it, that we managed to open it up without largely too much problem. And by the way, this is why you should build your electrolyzers on mesh tiles. Research Q is awesome, squeakers. You should build your electrolyzers on mesh tiles and not on airflow tiles. Garnath, great believer in partially submerged electrolyzers and curator of the Compendium of Awesome Designs, that is one of their main comments on the Rodriguez as it is generally built, because people just copy Francis's. But yeah, Francis is wrong. It's way better to have anything that you drop pool here than up there. And it's easier to see as well. So that I have adopted, and I am definitely in favour of. Right, someone put sand in this, please. To be honest though, the one I like even more than Research Q is Star Map Q. Research Q is good, but Star Map Q, where your researcher doesn't get out the telescope every time they finish a thing, is so much better. It's amazing. So now we should once again get this going. We have got this one bit of brine that I don't know what we're going to do about it. I would... No, queuing research isn't vanilla. OM5. The only way you can queue research in vanilla is like... What are we building? We're building... Oh, we're not building anything. So you can queue it like that in vanilla. So if a tech has dependent techs, it queues. What you can do with the research queue is this. Yeah? So that's the difference. That I can queue in order. Like this. Oh, sorry. But yeah, so that's the difference. Vanilla allows you to do that. It doesn't allow you to do the other thing. It does do it all in the order you click it, squeakers. Yes. You hold shift to queue the next one. And you can see this one says 1, this one says 2. We're going to do solid cargo. There is a thing that this is actually an opportunity to tell you. Because we can't finish these, because we don't have the space research, like in vanilla, where even if you queue it like this, it won't carry on and do your basic and advanced research without you completing that. The same would be true of the queue. So if I queued a bunch of things after solid cargo, it would never move on to them until we actually got the space research for solid cargo. So I'm just going to do solid cargo, and then we'll queue like finishing the tech tree off down here, if that makes sense. Yes, we are missing a research station, but we don't care. Right. Let's have a quick look at these pipes. These pipes are going fine. Everything is alright here. So, what is this coming on? Yeah, no, this is exchanging plenty of temperature without being radiant. You should get space research. I should get space research. You're quite right there, Ohms. Should get some space research. I wonder if I'm especially tired, because I'm especially lispy today. Right. Now that that crisis is averted, we can do some mopping. because mopping methane is way more fun than fixing my electrolyzer, quite frankly. How are we doing for the petroleum? We've still got a bit to do. We're completely out of coal again, are we? No, we've got like 10 tons of coal. They just haven't brought it down there, which is fair because they've got a bunch of stuff that they're doing. Life of steel, you're using the oil well. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's okay. So, did I need to deconstruct that. Did I sever the thing? No, I didn't. I should sever the thing. So that we don't accidentally pump yet more natural gas out here, because that wasn't the plan. We may have been doing that while I was busy with the electrolyzer problem. Right, for now, what we're going to do is we're going to have another little floor here in the oil biome where we're going to put some HVACs, not HVACs, some gas reservoirs, and build up some natural gas. I like the way that you're like, I should get space research when I haven't even built an industrial break. There we go. So we're gonna run some of this over here. But this probably doesn't need to be a 9. You know, we can go back to normal things here. What's the pressures like? Yeah, we're right there. Whatever. Yeah, we haven't actually managed to make any liquid crude oil down here yet. But you know, I guess we might get there at some point. Let's do some mopping. Mopping. Lovely. Right. What do we got going on here? Missing research station, attribute increase. Ellie. I realise we haven't paid any attention to you for some time. Okayim, you can have some exosuits. Petar, you can have some additional grilling. You are our only cook. So I think we'll also make you the plumber. Yeah, I got an extra rancher. So now Ellie can actually help with the ranching. Sure. There we go. Yes, is the last one meant to be planet balancer? I expect so. I expect I ran out of characters in the mods. As I say, I need to change it so it's a link to like a Google Sheet or something, but I'll do it at some point. Have we got any heat into this base? No, we haven't. Oh well, we'll keep trying. Keep trying, eh? I guess that's still some chlorine problems. It's interesting because the chlorine just turns into gas and comes out again, but the salt water just pours out of the electrolyzers. It's a bit weird. I've got a bit of the protein bar that I had for breakfast stuck behind my teeth and it's really annoying me. Right, we need to dig out some mafic rock. We have plenty of these here. I am, but like I don't necessarily want everyone to have access to my Steam account because it is obviously related to more of my in real life details. So I considered that, Squeakers. I did consider that as a solution to that problem. But yeah, there were some drawbacks. Where do we think? Now we can see everything. There should be a third oil well. So it might well be buried. So we're looking for a big patch of solid carbon dioxide. You forgot that people suck. I mean, unfortunately that is true. People do suck. I wonder if it's here. Or here. Those are the places I think it might be. Should we have a look? I'd like to find the third one. Let's have a little dig in here. See if we can find it. We'll also have a little dig back here. See if it's back here. We all only want Sezzy stalkers. Yeah, I don't really want any. One thing I thought about doing is to make a separate Steam account and use their family sharing option to play your selected library of games. Ooh, the family sharing option, because I did make a separate Steam account, but it wouldn't let me make a collection. It wouldn't let me make a collection for ONI because I don't own ONI on that account, which I thought was unreasonable. But yes, family sharing, I might have to have a look into that. Thank you, Testing. That's an excellent idea. Oh, I wondered whether you were deliberately slurring your sexy Afra to make it clear that, you know, it's not the good sort of sexy. Right. What are we going to do about this, chat? What are we going to do about this little bit of brine that's living in our polluted water? Am I genuinely going to have to... I read it as sleazy, to be honest. Well, indeed, that was why I was sort of, you know, could be a deliberate accent in the inflection there. If we built a liquid valve, even, where would we put it? I mean, it might live over there forever. I think I'm gonna ignore it and just wait until everything breaks again for the short term. How are you doing? Sort of fine. What's going on over here? It's obviously getting warmer because we're having more struggles with liquid carbon dioxide. We'd like it to get warmer than that because liquid carbon dioxide is in fact even more annoying than solid carbon dioxide. Critter drop off deodorizers. Well, we don't care about the deodorizers. I'm kind of sad about us having accidentally... we're also going to drown this pip. The pip can climb out straight away. Life of Steel. What have you done? Oh, there you go. You've freed yourself. It's all good. So we were thinking about power before that. We're making some petroleum. We are storing some natural gas in here, which is lovely. Well, they can get on with that whenever they like. Ah, yes, we needed to dig out for some mafic. So we're going to come over here and do some digging for some mafic. And when you get out there, you can also have a ladder that comes down here a bit. So we can get to some of these other bits back here. And we'll just have a dig in. Lovely. Lovely, lovely dig. I am shocked Brothgar only has 2,833 hours of ONI played on Steam. I would say that it does not... no, it doesn't surprise me that much. I think a lot of content makers don't necessarily play the game outside of their content as you might think. Whereas I already had like 1,500 hours or something before I even started streaming it. But yeah, I was listening to someone who's a Civilization 6 and they don't have many more hours in that than I do in this, despite the fact that they produce loads and loads of YouTube videos and stuff for it. So I think there's definitely a thing there that maybe content creators, or a lot of them, don't spend as much time in the games as we necessarily think, as it feels like they do. No? Okay, so this wasn't the potential... Could be there. Silent Paul, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're having a lovely time. I enjoy watching the stream. Speaking not required. I was mostly thinking of the experiments they have left running in the background. Yeah. But even so, I think it's a lot of time. Quite frankly. Right, are we digging up some mafic over here? Could even go to space. Oh, so many things I would like to do again. Now we've got the oxygen going, even if it's not going properly yet. I've reached that point at which, now there's loads of things I want to do again. Also, hello, Silent Paul. I hope you're doing really well. Thank you for joining the community. How are we getting on here? Alright. Yeah, they're bringing some mafic from time to time. But principles, let's have a look. A Volpup. I don't really need another Volpup. We could take one, but we'd struggle actually to get the Volpup into the ranch because we probably have more. This is not DLC big asteroid. Give me 1 second and I'll talk about what this is, Silent Paul. We probably have too many critters in there and I don't want any of these, so we're going to reject all of that. So what this is a mod called the 100k challenge. That's 100 Kelvin. So if you have a look at the map, it is in general around minus 173 degrees C. So that's sort of the challenge element of it. We got quite lucky in the early part of this because we found close cooled steam vents, so we were able to get water, which obviously makes a big difference. We also got some shovel eggs out of the pod, so we've been able to make a nice shovel starvation ranch. We've got some pacu, but I mean they are a marginal food source, but a food source nonetheless. Apparently we've just had a generation die and we have plenty of pacu fillets here. So this is on the base game, not the DLC. So yes, there is only going to be the old-fashioned star map, not the new one, when we get there. After we've done this challenge, then I think it's going to be time for the DLC. I now own the DLC. So yes, after this challenge, it's going to be time to have a little look at the DLC, which I'm both looking forward to and moderately apprehensive of, which seems pretty much where you should be with that. Oh look, there's some mafic here. Let's go digging in here. Look at this perfectly good rust biome we could be demolishing. Quite frankly, everyone. So yes, that's what we're doing here today. I have discovered that I really enjoy cold maps, so I've actually quite enjoyed this challenge. We did Rime before this, which I also really enjoyed. One of the things I particularly like about both of these maps is that they have all the biomes. This one is not quite as exciting as normal because I have a big subsurface ocean. How do I plan on heating up the world? I probably don't plan on heating up the world. I plan on heating up my base. And my plan to do that is with oxygen here. So we're now piping oxygen. Remember that the oxygen starts at, let's see if we can find one that's actually moving. It's gonna start at increasing temperatures up to about 80 C. Now we're running it round here. The cold biome isn't necessary, but I just wanted it to go in the direction that I would want maybe later on when we heat stuff up. So then exchanging a bit of heat here with our polluted water, which currently is, yeah, so they're both about 12. So it's coming out at about 12 degrees C. One of the problems we're having with using that to heat is that we're not using enough oxygen yet. So that is something that will continue as we move forward. I think I might shut this bit up now. Let's shut that one. But as you can see, our box isn't properly filled in yet. because we don't have any suits. Well, we've got 3 suits, but that is an unacceptable number of suits, quite frankly. So we are going to want to... I'm going to want to use suited duplicants for a couple of things, but because the duplicants don't really suffer from the cold, we haven't had a huge problem with it. We've just sort of sent them off all over the place. They do suffocate a bit. That's a problem we've been having more recently. We're also spending some time mopping liquid methane right now, but that's mostly just for my entertainment as much as anything else. Right, we've got some petroleum. I do want some more, but... Ah, there we go. Archaeum is here. Get us some petroleum here. Who is idle? Life of Steel. Oh, Lord. They're just determined to do this all the time. Just deconstruct that. There you go. There you go. Excellent. Well done. So yes, those are the plans for now. Today is an unusual stream. I don't usually stream on a Sunday, so this is just a... Oh, this is coal. Let's build a ladder there. So this is a bonus stream, during which we will chill out and just do a lot of mining. Actually, we could do with making better use of the resources. Now we've got the electrolyzer running. That was definitely something we needed to achieve. Right, nothing important is going on over there. We have got some problems with a liquid carbon dioxide, which, as I say, is more annoying than solid carbon dioxide, because it gives the duplicants wet feet. And they get grumpy about it. But we're doing fine with food. I wonder how much we can spin up this food. Where did we find more muckroot, for God's sakes? Who can say? Apparently, something was more muckroot. Who knows what it was. There is probably an opportunity for opening up these hydrogen vents, but I'd really like for them to actually get building some of this. Right, you can deconstruct that because it's obviously not doing anything. Since you're struggling so much with this, let's build. I'm going to do a couple of things, which is this is going to be granite. We are gonna... I wonder if they'll actually be able to do it. I think they will. I think they'll be able to build that. So they can get over there. What I'd really like to know is how many... It won't let me build it because I don't know about plastic, which is aggravating. Fine. These are 4s. So 1, 2... Right, so I reckon we can get 3 steam turbines up here, which is not too bad. Were there some weird bugs related to the 100k? We are having some weird bugs, but I could not say for sure whether they're related to the 100k mod. So, in general, word generation has been completely fine. The only thing that I don't agree with their world generation of, which I think is a design choice rather than anything else, is that where you would have pockets of carbon dioxide gas, it gives you liquefiable carbon dioxide, but that means that you get a ton rather than like a kilo, which is what you would get if it was a gas. So you do have some problems with carbon dioxide explosions when you start to heat things. So that's something to be aware of with how the game generates. Otherwise, we have had a weird bug where duplicants are struggling very much to work out what they're supposed to do when they wish to get themselves to a safe area. But he looks like a feature to me. Indeed, which is why I say, you know, I think that one's a design choice, possibly, rather than a bug. It's one I don't agree with, but yes, I would say design choice. However, I don't know whether the problem with them not knowing what they're supposed to do when they wish to get to a safe area. We've had some exciting them running back and forth for no reason and things like that. Is a bug related to the mod or a bug related to ONI? It is thus far unclear where that bug comes from. Oh, excellent. We're actually now starting to provide a little bit of power for the tepidizer at various points, which is nice. Not loads, but from time to time, which I think is fine, because the tepidizer is doing fine, so we don't need to power it all the time. Excellent. So this is all going okay. I really, really have enjoyed being able to just smash through the map like this. This is a fantastic... Let's, I'm gonna, speaking of smashing through the map, I'd like to smash through the map around here. Because I'd just like to, be able to get to the other side of this. I'd like to... so that we can think about whether we want to use that in the future for something. So yeah, that's sort of where we are with things. Good, they're actually getting some of this built, which is lovely. Please dig that out, whatever that is. Also, we can deconstruct that. So how long is this? 15. So yes, we can exactly fit 3 steam turbines on it. You don't often see a liquid chlorine vent. No, I've been enjoying the liquid chlorine vent as well. We can exactly fit 3 steam turbines on it. We're going to have to play fast and loose a little bit with their outputs, but that should be fine. 3 steam turbines will only produce a water output of... Oh, we've got a dead toilet. Right, we're going to fix those in a second. 3 steam turbines will only produce an output of... 0.6 of a kilo. So they won't... Oh, or 6 kilos, is it? 6 kilos, yeah. So they won't fill a pipe. That will be fine. We do need some plastic for that, so we're going to have to think about that. Right, let's... First, though, I want to think about fixing some of these things up. Considering that we actually have loads of water, I think I might, like, just get rid of this. That's not worth the effort, frankly. Doesn't seem to have really helped. It doesn't do anything. And, yes, it hasn't been super useful. So we're going to do some demolishing of stuff here. And we're going to just use our overflow and our... When you do close it up, what temperature will you aim for inside the base? Probably like 20 degrees or something. We'll probably try and keep it quite cool. But I will be very relaxed with what sort of temperature it is at. Because, you know, I can be. Why not? Right. Deconstruct these, deconstruct this, and all of that. Thank you. We don't need any of that anymore. Cheers. This is broken, which we don't like to see. Please deconstruct that, that, and that. And then we'll get these working again. But yes, I've decided that these are a waste of time. That we're not actually achieving anything. I suppose you haven't even bothered to deal with food conservation in this world. I have not, Silent Paul. There has been literally no need. Our food just sits here in our kitchen. In our dining room over here. where it remains fresh, because although I have the DLC, I've never actually run it, which wasn't really deliberate, so I don't need to keep it in a sterile atmosphere as well as refrigerating it. I will need to in the future, which will be fun. But we're going to keep it under vacuum in the future. That is the plan for the future. What we're going to do is we're going to deconstruct these tiles, and these are going to be little vacuum storage for foodstuffs. That can go. We would like to rebuild. We can rebuild on a 6 of these because it's relatively important. There we go. Oh, we're still leaving room for this ice to explode, aren't we? Yeah, we've still got quite a lot of ice in there, so I think I'm fairly happy to keep this empty for now. What have I got this set to? Just to keep it above 20, so that's fine. So yes, that's some things that are going on there. You can, we'll actually rebuild you just here, so you can deal with this polluted dirt pile here. But that's fine. Okay. How are we doing? We have this little oil well, which I'm quite excited about. We'll have to make some plastic. I think we'll probably just do that down here as well. Like, it's not going to overheat anything. Because, like, how can it? So, let's just build a polymer press. See how it goes. We probably don't want to build it out of copper, though. We'd probably like to printables. What have I got? I've got a rancher. I mean, the game is really excited to give me ranchers at the minute, which is interesting. I don't really need one. Farming and digging, doctoring, ranching, and suit wearing. Is it just me, or do we keep getting the same duplicants? Let's take some oxalite. Why not? We will make this... sorry. I have to go out and water the allotment later, so... But it seems a bit manky out there, to be honest. It is, cold and a bit miserable. Give this some power. What do you need? You need a pipe to put your carbon dioxide out into the world. Well, that'll be fine. Here you go. Congratulations to you vent your carbon dioxide. Did I build this out of copper again? No, I built it out of gold and amalgam. I mean, I don't know how that'll go. We might need steel, but... I mean, we could make steel. We could make steel over here. In our, cool slush geyser. Dealing with stuff inside pipes might be a real challenge. Our trick largely has been to ensure that we keep pipes moving. So one of the reasons that I was keen to hook up this oil well at the time when I did was because we really needed to make sure that we could use a bit more of this water. Because yes, you can have problems with the stuff getting in pipes being too cold and that being a problem. Right, let's give you some petroleum. And see if we can create some plastic. We're not going to create very much plastic. But let's see if we can create a little bit just to build some steam turbines, and then we can get properly started on an industrial brick. Which will hopefully also produce a bit of heat that we can use. I did vaguely consider the, what is it, cryo brick version of the industrial thing, but that didn't seem very stable even when people who are a lot better at the game than me built it. So I didn't really believe that it would be an excellent plan. Don't they all usually output steam that immediately condenses into water? Ah, there it is. There it is. And assumably will fairly shortly turn into ice. Excellent. Well, now we know about the existence of plastic, so I should be able to plan out my steam turbines. Yes, yes, I know. I know we don't have enough. Hush. Just calm yourself. Game. Right, yes, so we can fit 3 just along here. I mean, they're not going to be perfect because it'll make it a bit tricky to put the metal refineries underneath, but we could definitely fit maybe 2 metal refineries underneath rather than 3. We'll see how that goes. But we can put some in and it should be okay. We'll obviously want to make steel. We might have a steel making one and an everything else making one. I sometimes find that quite a good way to distribute the thing. Again, that's gonna lead us into the trouble with this. We might want to try and break it up next time it goes dormant, which will be not too long. So we'll see about that. How are you going here? Yes, we're going to use this plastic. Hurrah! Isn't that exciting? I mean, vaguely exciting. I'm excited. Duplicants. You can be excited or not, as you please. Right, we are, at this point, going to queue up all the rest of the research and that doesn't need space research and just let them go at that. We might have to dig them up some more dirt from time to time, but assumably we'll see the thing. I mean, that is a slight assumption to make, absolutely, but you know. So, what we want to do underneath this is 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to dig out 5. We'll dig out a 4 and then we'll dig out another row underneath so that we can put our metal refineries here. Thank you. Duplicants, you're doing very well. Very well. I'm proud of you. Or something. They're doing alright. They're doing alright, the Duplicants. Considering the working conditions in this place are not lovely. Let's be clear. It's not like their living conditions are amazing. You know, they sleep at -70. They eat at -40. They're working down here at like -140. So, you know, all in all, it's not like they're having the best life ever. But they're doing very well. They're doing very, very well. Right. I think a thing I would like to do is I'm going to move this further down. Now that we actually have water in here, I'm going to move this vent, which is the vent that comes from our cool slush, further down so that it overpressurizes. And we don't pump stuff out of here, so we can keep them in a couple of different places. Because also, there might come a time when we actually want this cool slush to be cool slush and not to be warmed up with our tepidizer. And as you see, every now and again, we produce a little bit of power. Tepidizer comes on for a little bit. Eventually it'll get warm enough in here that it doesn't need to come on every time, and then we should be able to build up a little bit in the battery and just wind up burning off the excess hydrogen. So far so good. There's still the odd bits of chlorine coming through this. But, oh, I guess that's how we had some random chlorine in the base. So yes, we were talking about food storage. See how it's a vacuum in these squares now? We are going to use the trick that soon we will be denied in the DLC to use this for vacuum food storage. is the answer. I think I'm going to build mesh tiles underneath these rather than airflow, so that I can drop the liquid carbon dioxide that they're creating, because it's bothering me largely. So I mean, it works exactly. There isn't a difference between mesh and airflow in terms of deck or run speed or anything like that. So we're just going to use mesh instead of airflow today, because we obviously have some of our tricky gases that normally we would deal with through airflow turning into liquids. I know it will be denied in the base game as well, Spoonwood. My point is, once I load the DLC, I won't be able to use it. But well, I will be able to use some of it, because it's not all denied. There are some ways you can use some of it, because sweepers can still access things diagonally. The main thing I'm going to have to do is, and they can still build. I've almost forgiven them for how they dropped that on us. It is quite a big change. So for me, my main things are, they can still build diagonally and deconstruct diagonally. So you can still create these. What I am going to have to do, I think, is create a flash freezing system where I take my food, get it flash freezed in something incredibly cold, and then use this. Use the vacuum storage as normal and use sweepers as normal, because I don't have my duplicants access these in general anyway. Afra, so there are changes coming to both that are coming from the DLC, and they're coming to the base game, which will mean that keeping things in a sterile atmosphere is no longer enough. Food will need to be in a sterile atmosphere, and additionally be frozen. So that is why I will need to freeze it before I put it in a vacuum. I won't in this playthrough, but we will in the future need to do that. Yeah, it was like, oh, this is a big exploit, and we're like, no, it isn't an exploit, it's just the way the game works. No, I have sympathy with that testing. I also was like, but it's just how the game works, that isn't an exploit. But apparently it is an exploit, and we all should be ashamed. Lovely. So, yeah. I think we're going to have 2... Shame on us. Indeed, Neo. I hope you feel ashamed. I think we're going to have... we're going to use 1 output, which will be fine. We're going to have a... Oh, isn't there a thing? Hang on. Chat, talk to me. There's a thing about the placement of your diagonal access to food, and also the fact that, like, I mean, that is kind of was maybe an exploit. I mean, it wasn't really, they just had to stand in a specific place and they could access it. So diagonal access for duplicants through bricks. But they were also like, oh no, now you need to freeze and put that. And that didn't seem like an exploit, that just seemed like the thing it did. So yeah, it was a bit weird. Yeah, we're talking about that again, Mayfrenthia. I would like some assistance with the placement of my output. Someone at some point talked to me about if you make an aquatuna chamber, if you make an aquatuna chamber, the positioning of both your aquatuna and your liquid vent output from the steam turbines kinds of matters. Can anyone talk to me about what it is that matters about those things? Because I'm going to put my liquid vent here and the steam turbine over here. And I think it's going to be fine. But I can't remember the mechanics that are involved that make it be important. And I would like to. If you see what I mean. I do mean an aquatuner over there. What did I say? Something bonkers, probably. You know that, like, words are complicated for me. Oh, I don't even know about steel yet, so I can't even do it. So yes, I'm going to place an aquatuner here, and the output vent for the steam turbines over this side. The drip side will be a lot cooler than the aquatuner side, so it'll create a gradient of temperature in there. Okay, thank you, testing. That was the sort of thing that I was remembering that someone had told me. So now my question is, do I care? To which I suspect the answer is still no. But it is handy to actually remember what the thing was. Right, you lot. Let's, in fact, should we build the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Let's build them the floor straight away. Let's not worry about it. No, granite floor. Thank you. This is going to be a floor. Cheers. Off you go. Yes, so I suspect the answer is I don't actually care, but I am pleased to know what it was that I wasn't caring about. If you see what I mean. That might sound weird to say, but it feels that knowing what I'm not caring about is... Are you thinking about this setup in terms of the goals of this challenge, or just to get industrial production up? Mostly just to get industrial production up. According to Brothgar, there is also a thing about the vent being on the floor versus being in midair, but I have no idea exactly what the issue was. Me either. If anyone knows, they can let me know. Something about liquid falling affected temperatures. Fair enough. It is worth thinking about the goals of this. Well, I'm quite enjoying this map, so I don't know how much I am genuinely thinking about the goals of this. We do have to ranch Slicksters and... oh, look. We are very... oh, no, it's gone again. Every now and again, we have a tiny bit of crude oil. We could actually just run some out. That will be a thing that we can do. I think I've noticed water steam deletion when putting the vent submerged in an oil petroleum slick in the bottom of the chamber when I use that. I never used that, so that might be a thing. How are we doing for plastic production, actually? Because we don't need to be producing plastic forever. Right now. Certainly. Where are we? Manufactured materials? Oh, we only have 120 kilos. We can produce plastic for a bit longer than that. I think what I might do... Printables. It really wants me to have a rancher, but this one has a bottomless stomach. I think that bug was fixed already. Fair enough. Let's take a snazzy suit. I think what I might do, in terms of trying to actually create a little pool of liquid crude oil down here, as opposed to just the liquid methane that's everywhere. But that's coming out of this, so that's going to happen for a little bit longer. Is no, I'm gonna create more plastic production in here. I'm not gonna create plastic just randomly in here. I like to create things properly, you know that, Spoonwood. I don't really rush for my achievements. But I think what I'm going to do is when we finish with this little one... No, I'm going to run it up here, aren't I? Because we're going to want to produce petroleum up here. What temperatures does petroleum freeze at? Is it the same... Can I look at the properties of petroleum? Yeah, it's the same as crude oil. Right, there we go. Yeah, it's pretty much the same as crude. which is what I thought. Maybe we could... Oh, chat. No, it won't last. I was thinking for just a minute that we could have liquid methane, liquid LOX up here, but if we take it up here, it's just going to turn back into natural gas. I was briefly entertained by the idea. Right, snazzy suit. I noticed that Danish is here. Danish is a artist, so should absolutely have a snazzy suit to wear. I feel. That seems just like a thing that should happen. Oh, we've got gulp fry. Well, that's not great. Because that might reduce the numbers of... mind you, it is cooler in here right now. Reduce the numbers of fish that we have. If they struggle to reproduce. Just one gulp fish. Yes, just one gulp fish at the minute. To be fair though, it is a lot colder in here, so I think they should all be able to reproduce. I think if they're under... Where is it? Oh no, not this. Pacu. Pacu. Show me the Pacu. Pacu. Comfort 0 to 60, 30 to 80. Minus 30 to 5. Yeah, we might be in a not great position. So we might lose some Pacu at this point. So we'll just have to carry on with that. We always knew that we might struggle a little bit with keeping those alive indefinitely. Excellent, that's what I wanted to see. This I want deconstructed. Right. What was I thinking about? Oh, I was thinking about something that didn't work, so I wasn't going to do it anymore. How is there quite so much liquid methane in here? We didn't let off that much natural gas into the atmosphere. It's a bit bonkers. This is what we're doing. Right, so they're having a sweep in there, which is good to see. We'll leave them carry on with that for a bit. Let's... Oh, we need to make some steel. No, we don't. No, we don't. That is a lie. Talking nonsense. Refinement. Metal refineries that we would like to make out of ceramic. So, where would be central if we were going to have like two? There and there? That looks pretty good, I would say. Now, we would like to build some liquid pipes. Liquid pipes are going to be a bit of a thing. Because we want to use refined metal. I suppose we can use lead. We'll just use lead. Whatever. It'll be fine. Hello, Pips. You're still alive. We'll just use lead. Who cares? Or we could use iron. Not that it matters. It's not going to be hot enough to worry about it. Right. Should we put a bigger cooling thing on them? Because, like, I always do the cooling thing in the same design, because I always have the same amount of space. But we could actually just have slightly bigger cooling things on them. And it would be fine. I mean, that sort of means that I want to build it probably one further across. I want it to be here. Can anyone think of any reason why I shouldn't just have a bigger cooling thing on it? I mean, it's not much bigger, but it is a little bit bigger. I mean, also I could just build it there and still have them placed there underneath. Will that upset me? Maybe. Let's move you across. No one seems to think of any reason why that should be a problem. I mean, I can't think of any sensible reason why having a slightly bigger loop should be a problem in here. Oh, this is going to be a problem though. Oh no, we'll just the solid carbon dioxide that the dupes leave in here might be a problem. I mean, the liquid chlorine might be a problem as well, but assumably all sorts of interesting problems that I hadn't necessarily anticipated. I think what we might be able to do is we might be able to seal it up a bit and run the water. Let's bear in mind that we've got a lot of water that is warm, so we could just run the water from this pipe into here to fill it, and then we can sweep from the top to take some of that out, and I think that will work fairly effectively, if you see what I mean. And if you don't see what I mean, tough. I mean, it's not really tough, but I'm sort of doing it anyway. Give me 1 second. How tall is this that I've built? Oh no, it is only 5. It just looks weirdly tall. Right. Bit of plumbing, bit of insulated pipe. Excellent. Up there. What's going on? Research complete. That's fine. So, yes. It's going reasonably well. We'll have to, let's just build a ladder up there so they can build those. No, let's not. Let's cancel that. Let's, in fact, this will help in a bunch of ways. Let's do this. How are we doing for plastic? I think we'll make about a ton, and then we'll give that a rest for a bit. I would still like you to mop this methane, because I do think that we should eventually run out of this moppable methane. Oh, well, I suppose we're chucking it out of the oil refinery, aren't we? That's why we keep making more. I'd forgotten about the oil refinery. I'm not sure I've ever had liquid methane. That's interesting. It's definitely warming up a bit, because we're definitely having a lot more problems with gases liquefying than we were having. One step closer to a sour gas boiler. I mean, I would love to learn to build a sour gas boiler, but as I say, I just can't find a guide or, you know, explanation that makes me believe I could build one. That's pretty much where I am with it. I haven't found you know, a way to believe that I could just build one. Maybe one day we'll get there. Right. I'd also like you people to build these back in. Now. Thank you. And the other thing we're going to do is then we're just going to deconstruct these that go the other way. So that I can start filling this chamber. Frankly. I mean, I would like there not to be liquid chlorine in it, but I guess you can't have everything in the world. I don't think I've ever had a map where sweeping was so incredibly important before. Because you had to be careful that, like, a bunch of stuff wasn't about to state change into, something terrible at any given moment. Which apparently is a thing that we have to worry about here. Unreachable food. Okay, Im? Oh, yes. Right. Well, do you know what you could do? You can build one here. Or someone can. Whether it's going to be you or not, who knows? There we go. Look, Neo is helping. Look at Neo helping. How did that Jeep get down there? Oh, because we were deconstructing the stuff. They can climb up here. But yes, we just deconstructed the edges and got them trapped down there. But there you go, you see, now we've fixed that. So, I think what we're going to do is this pipe here is going to add some water into here. We're going to have some ice problems. Maybe? No, it's going to be quite hot. They were able to remove one tile from above. Oh, I didn't see that. I haven't seen them being able to do anything they shouldn't be able to do at this point. I mean, that doesn't mean that we won't, but... Did I hear one of them sneezing? No, they're all fine. Oh, I don't actually want you to come down here, do I? Well, maybe you can. I don't know. Hopefully the water will... Yeah, you see, you breathed out again. Can you all stop breathing out? They step down after removing the tile. Oh, no, that happens all the time. So essentially, if they've chosen pathing, and then they make their pathing impossible, it doesn't matter. Essentially, the Jeeps have a weird thing where they can do impossible pathing if they chose to do it before only breathing out, Mayfrenthia. They can still breathe in, they just can't breathe out. I mean, is that so much to ask? Right. So I think what we want to do is we're going to do a slightly complicated thing to run a pipe all the way up here into this. And then we're actually going to initially fill it with petroleum. You want the dupes to explode. Well, I mean, it would be entertaining. Let's be clear. It would be entertaining. And then we're going to run it across here. And we're going to bridge into there. So that I can create some steel in this. Do I have any refined carbon? I might not have any refined carbon. Where do I find... I find it in consumable ore. Where is consumable ore? I'm looking at it. I don't have any refined carbon. Because we made some ceramic earlier, but I didn't make any refined carbon. Digging, building, supplying. You are biohazardous, Lyra. But, I mean, just look at you. Digging, building, supplying, twinkle toes. Welcome in. You're going to be another digger. Because you're just that good. Well done, Lyra. Have a hat. Pata, you can have the rest of Can germs actually exist anywhere? We haven't really seen any squeakers, so possibly not. But you know, we are going to add warmth, and that is always something to consider. So, schedule Lyra. Let's make another schedule here for the next one in. What are we up to? 10. Yeah, we still want some schedules. That's fine. We will need to build a bed for Lyra. So if we can get on with that, we might put that up a little bit. Let's build a couple of beds. So we've got a bed for the duplicant after Lyra as well. That would be lovely. And then we'll do Lyra's priorities. You are a build digger, Lyra, so that's what you do. It's very simple. Go build and dig. Excellent. So we're gonna put some petroleum in this pipe to begin with, but this is actually going to be a crude oil pipe in the future when we move our refinement up here into this. But right now we need petroleum in it, so petroleum is going in it. Lovely. We are smashing through all the research. We're not necessarily getting anywhere with making liquid crude oil. I don't think you're actually helping Leaky Oil Fisher. No. No. It's not really helping. Well, there we go. We'll have to do some cleaning down in this oil biome when we have finished, when we are doing something a bit more sensible. So, yes, I think we, this is idle. What about the other one? The other one's just over here. You idle? You are over pressure. So they're both active currently. Though, to be fair, I think I might just put some... since very shortly we'll be able to make some steel, I think I might just put steel in there. Oh, it would appear that the carbon dioxide has melted and effed off, which is exactly what we wanted to happen. I don't know why there's ice up here, but can we please sweep all of this? Ah, I see why. I see why. Sweep. Get rid of that. Thank you. And this. So yes, that is... the next bit of the plan. I'm enjoying all the I'm actually which sort of comes back to thinking about whether I'm doing it, I'm playing the game to reach the goals. I'm actually really enjoying playing the game normally and encountering all of the weird problems that you would never normally think about, if you see what I mean. I actually quite like that I'm trying to do the things I would normally do, and when I do them, I suddenly have all these weird problems. That's quite an interesting way for me of experiencing this map, if you see what I mean. I hope that makes sense to everyone. Right, power. We're going to start building some heavy watt power lines. And they are going to work on this side because we are going to put the transformers and things out here somewhere. I haven't quite thought it through, but essentially up here we're going to build one of our little transformer towers, which we probably won't need to cool to begin with. I mean, this bit is self-powered anyway, so it won't matter that then if we want more we'll build them down here, and we'll have another... like, we'll have the main power spine be over this side a little bit. So we're going to put the link to the power here for now. I mean, there is a slight problem that we will somehow need to provide these with power, and we don't really have any. And I don't know what I'm going to do about that just yet. Maybe hydrogen. But we'll see. I'm sort of working on this at one bit of the problem at a time. And we'll see if we can achieve something. I could. So we have this here, which has a bit of power in it. It's going to have enough to run one of these. So we could sever, that's what I was looking for. We could sever the tepidizer and put this on a conductive wire and bring it into this, just so we can make the little bit of steel to make the aqua tuner and a couple of other things. That might be a thing that we wind up doing over here, if that makes sense. Well, even if it doesn't make sense, that might be a thing that we wind up doing over here, frankly. How are you getting on? Is this actually going up at all? Yes, slowly, slowly. Well, that's fine. We've got, as I say, we've got plenty of water. It's relatively warm. Let's chuck it in an aqua tuner chamber. For now. Right, so you can go over there. So you're just waiting for nothing? This is all built. Why isn't it coming up here? Oh, no, now it is. No idea why it didn't want to come up there, but now it's realised that it can. Maybe there was like I don't know, a one there that I couldn't see that wasn't built or something. Who knows? But yes, so this is coming up to fill this. We'll probably have way more than we need, but whatever. We'll worry about getting it out again later. Reverse some bridges and figure something out. Lovely. So this is going quite well. Ah, look, here comes the petroleum. So this will fill this. Up to such a point where it'll be functional. Then we'll try and fill the other one with a bit of piping. We'll come down here. Let's get them to build that piping to begin with. We're going to come down here and up there and build a different bridge. So we can do that. We're still smashing through the research there, which is very good to see. And then we'll have to think about how we, in fact... There are some interesting visual bugs going on. Definitely, I feel some stuff has changed. Right, this one's full. 800 kilos of petroleum. Loop full. Deconstruct this bridge. We're going to fill the second one. What we're also going to do is we're going to get them to deconstruct this bridge. Because we're not going to need any more petroleum coming up in this line. Because I want to make this line a oil line from here. In due course. This is producing quite a lot of natural gas. More than I would necessarily expect. Oh no, I think actually what I'm running into is not that it's producing loads of natural gas. It's the problem where actually gas canisters are really tiny. Sorry, it's the other problem. So we're still having a vague problem with chlorine. Though it does look like this is starting to become more sensible slowly. I mean, yeah, the problem is this, you see, that's the problem. It's it wanting to be, it going cold up there, dropping in and coming out again. That is a very interesting problem that we're having. Enjoyable in lots of ways. Right, so this we just want We're going to try and fill all of this. Again, we don't care about there being loads of thermal mass in here. I don't care. I just want to fill it in a nice, easy way and get it to push out all the gases. Right. This is all stopped again, hasn't it? Yes, this is full. So let's deconstruct that. Oh, and actually we haven't got too much additional petroleum up here. What we're going to do with that is we're just going to turn this bridge around and run it back into here, like so. No, thank you. You can stop doing that. That is not the point. Because we don't want it up here. Now we will create our own up here afterwards. So now we want to create some steel, but we need power. This is a new problem. Well, it's a continuation of similar problems. What we're going to do is we're going to sever this for now, and we're going to leave the water in there. We might, I tell you what we might do, because that is starting to become slightly problematic. No, we're going to do that. We're going to let some more warmth in. For now, because we've turned the tepodizer off, essentially, by means of unplugging it. We are gonna use a conductive wire because we want to bring the whole 1.2 kilos, 1.2 kilowatts down, and we're gonna bring it into there, and we're gonna sever that. We're gonna ensure that we, yeah, right. So we just won't join it up until they've built this bit. And this will power this just enough so that I can make some steel. Though I want to make the aquatuna here, maybe a couple of other things. Things that, oh, okay. Things that we haven't made in order to make steel are, let's do some eggshells to lime. We've got loads of eggshells, they're probably closer than the fossil. So let's do some eggshells to lime. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to build a kiln. Refinement, where are you? Because I haven't got any refined carbon, and that might be a problem. Oh no, we've dug out a bunch more coal. We've now got 28.7 tons of coal, so that's not too bad. We don't have any hatches though, because I drowned them, which is a shame. So let's make some refined carbon. We're going to make, like, I don't know, let's make 99. We probably can't make 99. What would that be? 10 tons? Sure. We're going to want steel. Steel is important. We need to go to space, so we have to have steel. That's a thought, actually. We'll see. Right. Have we poured all this? We have poured all of this out. Lovely. So we're going to deconstruct that bridge again. Because this, but we're going to leave this line here because it's going to come up to, we will put one of these up here. How much plastic have we got now? Oh, well over a ton. So thank you, go away. Let's, we'll sever that. You can use whatever we've got left there. Cancel. And we'll just fill these up. I'd definitely like to mop this. Quite a high priority. I don't want there to be actual water knocking around down here. That would not be great. Let's mop that too. And then we can deconstruct this. Thank you. Lovely. And then we can finish filling these, and that will be that done. Right, let's do some deconstructing of pipes. I don't need any of that to exist anymore. Or this. Cheers. Or these. Thank you. Cool. So yes, once we've filled these two, this will get redirected up here, and we will make a proper room to do our stuff here. Right. You don't have power? Oh, I've never built the bridge. No, of course you don't have power. I deliberately didn't build the bridge because I didn't want you to come on before I was ready. But now, yes, that's fine. We can build the bridge. Oh, man. Oh, hello. How's this going? It's going all right. It's having to do a little bit of work to push the gases out here, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Very well done. There's nothing in here. We haven't left anything that's going to make it, like, do something horrible. So I think I'd like to seal up this end. Thank you. Why are we building on a 7? It doesn't need to be a 7. And hopefully we can push this last bit of carbon dioxide out here. With a bit of work. Oh, it's trying really hard. Right, I would like you to create iron to steel. We need at least enough to make an aqua tuner. Come on, you. Get out of there, carbon dioxide. Maybe we'll put a brick in it. That might be nice and easy. Let's brick. Because we can't actually, the problem is we can't actually seal it up because we need them to be able to build the aqua tuner. Deconstruct. So I can't do some swanky sealing it because, yes, we're going to have to build the aqua tuner in there. And that might be slightly problematic. But we're going to make it work. Somehow. Okay, so that's done. So we don't need this to be a thing anymore. So let's sever that at both ends so it doesn't fill up. Ah, there you go, you see. Now we're actually not having excess water. Which is interesting, because now we're using this excess water. That's an interesting problem. Well, that'll have to wait for a bit. We don't desperately need to produce the oil that we're producing down there. Well, we kind of do. We'll see. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We can also probably deconstruct some of these. Because although we're going to want it to come up here, we probably don't need it to come over there. That's probably not where it's going to be. So, this is going to take a little while. We don't have any refined carbon. Nobody's made it in the thing yet, but they'll get on that in due course. We could take some barbecue, but we are approaching 500,000 calories, so we don't desperately need it. Branch and cook, we don't want. Digging, decorators, supplying, we don't want any of the rest though, so we'll take some barbecue. Is essentially how that's going. Please sweep this out of here. Thanks, duplicants. Hopefully the fairly significant thermal mass that is in here, plus its quite high temperature, will keep it alive long enough for us to create some... Let's turn the priorities on those up. Create some steel to build the aqua tuner and build the pipes and everything. Let's think about the pipes. Even if we can't build the aqua tuner, can I now... I haven't made any steel yet, so it might not let me. Well, I can pretend that I want to make one out of output. Do I want the output there, or do I want the output there? I think I probably want it that way round. So, let me make this on like a 1. I don't actually want you to make it because it's gold amalgam. Thanks. But I would like to start considering making the piping that goes with it. What bit of build this on a 1 doesn't mean anything to you people? Look, that's a 1 as well, and they've just built it. Look at them. Why do they do this? What is the point of the priority system if they don't pay any attention to it? Cancel. Sweep that. Look, now you've left gas in here as well because you were breathing out over it all the time. Oh, look, we're making something. How exciting. So, that's going to look like that anyway. Handily. And this is going to come from up here. We will need a... What is the thing we need? We need a liquid reservoir to go here. Where are we? That doesn't give us room to put the temperature sensor. We can put the temperature sensor nowhere because I haven't left any space. Me. Oh well. We're gonna have a break in our ladder. Sorry, ladder. So we're gonna do this. It's gonna come like this, which is not really ideal. But we have to have a liquid pipe thermosensor. And that's the only place I can make a space for it to be. Sensibly. Cheers. You're really excited to build all of these things. I'm literally telling you to build them all on a 1, and you're just super thrilled to build them all. Do we know about steel? Yes, we know about steel. Therefore, I can plot out my steel aqua tuner. Even if I cannot yet build it. Because we are learning about steel. Look at this, chat. We're learning about steel. We've got steam turbines. I mean, who knows when we'll be able to generate enough heat. But we are, you know, we are actually putting heat in here. We better hope we don't turn any of this to steam before we've finished building the thing. Why have you just dumped the steel there? That's obviously incorrect. Duplicants, get on it. Right. So, we can worry later on about where exactly we're going to run the thing to. We'll take some polluted water from over here to fill the loop. I don't know if it'll really have enough. Will we struggle to provide enough heat for it? That might be a thing to think about. I mean, possibly we just won't fill the cooling loop for some time. Until we're sure we're actually producing some heat that we care about. Quite frankly. So I'm just going to build this. Because it is going to do that. You know, that we can be assured of. It's going to do that. It's probably going to do that as well, to be fair. Did I build the automation wire? Things I do need to build before we seal this up are the automation wire. We can build that in there. No worries. And some power wires. So you are gonna have a power wire that's gonna come probably down here. Yes, I think what we're gonna do is when we're gonna move this kiln, and when we're generating some power on this line, which we're gonna do somehow or other, how I haven't quite worked out, we'll put a transformer here. It'll be lovely. I thought that the proximity setting may be messing with the priority system, but reading up on it, proximity is only a thing when the priority is the same. I suspect that maybe I hadn't given them anything else to build. So because my builders are like, you must build first and foremost, they built whatever it was I was attempting to build. What is this? What is liquefying here? Oh, chlorine. Lovely. Lovely. How pleasant. I suspect that is what happened. I mean, it's a bit of a guess, but that's my guess to why they were doing that. Because they were like, we want to build a thing. The first thing we should do is build a thing. And then I gave them something to build. Squeakers. So I guess that's it. Oh, look. Now, yeah. What's it? Now my poor hatches won't drown. Well, it's too late. It's too late. Why is this insulated? Did I just build this insulated... Oh, good grief. That is not the point at all. Just regular pipe. I know that everything else on this entire map is insulated, but that doesn't have to be. There we go. So it's as if all their building jobs get a +9 to their priority. Indeed. Because they're just like, yay, building! Building! Because when you look at their priority list, they are put up on building. So as soon as there's anything that they can build, they can just be like, yes, build! Build! That's the thing I should do. I would rather it was weighted a bit more carefully than that, but I don't think it is my answer. You're just taking some iron away. Maybe you were delivering some iron and it just looked weird. How are we doing for time? Okay. Yep, that's it. You're doing well, Duplicants. Very well done. Let's actually give you some other things to build, in fact. We'll also have to leave these be on a 1 for now. Or you're going to be way too excited to build other things. And I do want you now to build this aquatuner. In fact, let's just put the priority of the aquatuner up to a 6. This they won't be able to build, so it's fine. They've built all the sundries, so now we just need to wait for them to have enough steel to build that. I mean, the main point of getting this aquatuner built, as I say, considering that we don't really need to be applying cooling just yet, is so that we can seal this up. Because we don't want to have to break in case this does create steam in here, which it looks like it might. Yeah, it's already raised the temperature in here just from making a little bit of steel. So we might actually have some steam power, which would be exciting. But yes, no, we're punching that? Good, right, so we've still got some lime to make. Because there's still punching to be done. You haven't exploded recently. How are the pipes doing? Fine. What's the temperature like in here? 20. Yeah, there's... Yeah, we're getting it. There's still some chlorine making it through, but we are getting a little bit of movement. So, you know, eventually it might even heat up in here. But not yet. It's quite a big base also to do anything with. But, you know, we can but try. There appears to be some ice lying around here on the floor, which I would rather not be there. Ellie? I mean, you're a rancher. Don't you have shovels to pet? That goes for you as well, Prophet. Or eggs to hug. Look, there's an egg in there. How many shovels do we have currently as point of interest? 32. So we should have enough for... I mean, I don't think that's strictly going to be enough for 16 duplicants. But it will do for a while. It will do for a while. We just need to watch in case this starts to come down again. What are you waiting for? Lime. Are we punching the machine? Nobody is punching the machine, but it doesn't say that we don't have eggshells. We've got loads of eggshells, look at this. We haven't been using them, so we should have plenty of eggshells for now. Speaking of which, we are going to move some of that stuff down into here. Oh, where am I going to put the molecular forge? Have I researched the molecular forge? I probably have, haven't I? What am I looking for? I'm looking for a molecular forge. Refinement. Molecular forge. I don't really want to squeeze it in there. I mean, I could squeeze it in there, but I don't really want to. We're going to have to make a new space for it somewhere. It'll have to have its own thing. We might, in fact, what we might do is you lot, let's In fact, let's put the priorities on this up. And I would like you to build these instead. Thank you. And we'll put it one lower down. Let me dig that up. I don't want that there. Bit more steel. Not quite enough. One more steel operation and we'll have enough for the aqua tuna. So I want to deconstruct these. Cheers. And cancel those. Because we're going to move this one down so I can put the forge here. At least one rock smasher and probably some kilns on this floor. Though our lack of coal may prove a problem. Can chat try and remind me? Oh look, there's Hexlent in there. Look at this. There's actually more food that I could have found. That isn't even very far from the base. Nonsense. Oh well. That I need to take hatches next time they're offered to me. Because we need some. We need some. What are you doing down there, Neo? Don't get yourself trapped. Neo? Oh, well, there you go. You were doing something down there. Yes, we need coal. We're going to have to try and make a way to make hatches. We should, at some point, have it be warm enough in the base to make hatches. You can see that some floors are starting to approach sort of -30. Which will be a viable temperature. So we've done it. We've built the aqua tuna. Look at this. Empty pipe, no power. I don't worry about either of those things. Let's just seal you up. Right, what do we need to check? Power. Yes, we can fit you on a power. Piping. Yes. Automation. Yes. Lovely. Excellent. That's what we like to see. So that's going to be ready to go. We are going to build a molecular forge. If we can, we're going to put it there, but we'll have to see how that goes. What if I just built that out of copper? Cancel. Go away. Let's try you again. Well, maybe we could build you out of copper. I mean, it's not going to get very hot. I think it's a foolish idea to not... Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? Whatever. I like them to be built of gold. I like to build them of gold. That's mostly what's happening here. So I think we can have one of these and a couple of these. There and there. And that's going to be this floor. We are going to bring this down here to power those. How are we doing for metal ore? Let's have a little look. We've got loads and loads of copper that we could make. We've got not very much gold amalgam, not loads of aluminum. Cool. Okay. But we could make some stuff out of copper, certainly. Let's oh, we can't really do that yet. But I am gonna make more steel here. I'm going to make it in little bits so I can keep an eye on the production, but in general, this is how we're going to do it. We will ideally want some gold. We do have this gold volcano. I wonder if we can open it. You active? You are. I bet we could just open it. Should we just open a gold volcano? What's the worst that can happen? Literally nothing. It'll be fine. We're going to open a gold volcano randomly. I mean, if I can open this leaky oil fissure randomly, I'm pretty sure I can open the gold volcano randomly. It'll be fine. I mean, I've got an iron volcano that's right up here next to the base that is fine, so, you know, what are you going to do? So, next floor, I think we're going to have some plastic presses and maybe some glass production. We're going to need some glass to make the monument. So, we're definitely going to need that. So as we carry on down, we're going to have another floor here. Oh good, we're back on the appropriate floor levels now. I do like that. No, sandstone. Why have I built a sandstone floor? What exactly possessed me to do that? Cancel. Granite ladders there and there. Mafic down the sides. What are we building on? 5. Excellent. That's an appropriate thing to be building on. Let's dig this out. Thank you. And we're going to replace this floor with a nice granite floor. Now, probably over here, we're going to actually replace some of this with insulated, because we are going to need to build a floor to put these in. What's going on? Why is nothing here working? Oh, we don't have any water. Hang on. What's going on with that? Right. Let's sever that again. That'll be fine. We'll run it back into here again. There we go. Flooding, some things I don't care about. Printables. A poke shell. I mean, we don't have to ranch poke shells, to be clear. So I think I might not. We might take the poke shell, because we'll get a couple of mods off it, but I don't think I'm actually going to make any effort to keep it alive. And I don't want any of the duplicants. So we'll have a little poke shell, but it almost certainly is going to die forthwith. Poke shell. Yeah, they have largely the same sort of livable range as everything else. So it's gonna die. I'm wondering how thermium, viscogel, supercoolant or insulation would be useful for the goals of this challenge. I don't think any of them are actually necessary, Spoonwood, is the truth of it. I don't think that the goals that you have set require any of those things. Insulation to keep areas warm, potentially, yes. But I think you can look at this. We can keep areas warm reasonably well. We could double insulate stuff. We can do stuff like that. The problems we have are not so much keeping them warm, it's getting the heat into them in the first place. But I think we can do that. Do you know what we might do? We might, because this is where we're going to have heat. What do we need to ranch? Dreckos and stuff. We'll try and maybe put these those sort of things up here. Maybe you might even try and ranch Slicksters. They'll be quite hot. But we'll see. Maybe we'll ranch Slicksters somewhere around here. We could like put them in the little gap here or something. See how we do. And heat them from the heat sources that are around here. But yeah. I think the problem is more generating the heat than maintaining it, because you know we're maintaining thermal mass and stuff. I mean, liquids is obviously way easier than gases, so there's certainly that. But I'm not sure we'll need any space materials, to be honest. They'd help because they always help. You know, for one thing, if I had supercoolant right now, I wouldn't have to worry about this loop. I could just put supercoolant in it and run it anyway and not have to worry about whether I will accidentally freeze my loop, you know. So you know, If I had thermium, I could just use thermium pumps in here. You know, all of those things, they just make your life a lot easier if you have them. But insulation largely never makes your life easier because, one, we can't make it anyway because we don't have any reed fibre. And two, like, even if you have reed fibre, it just takes so long to make that it's a bit of a pain. Even viscogel wouldn't be super useful because it's gonna solidify at these temperatures. So yeah, it's interesting, but I think the answer is not very. Which is, you know, in its own way, quite an interesting answer. Right, do I want to make this whole floor? How are we going? Here, now, we're coming across the problem again. Because I'm going to want to make a refinement place for disable the molecular forge and keep it round as a museum piece. I mean, we're going to have it. We might build it. Supercoolant is always useful. Because supercoolant helps you generate the heat. Because if you can have supercoolant loops on your aqua tuners, then you can use the aqua tuners to generate the heat. So supercoolant is probably the one that's most useful. Now I think about it. Who is idle? And are they idle somewhere where I should care? Kaylee? What? Oh, Kaylee. Okay. Come here. Oh, you can't. Right. Why is this ladder sandstone? Can anyone answer that question? Who possibly thought that was a good idea? Kaylee. Here you go. Build these ladder pieces. Let's get you out of there. There we go. We're going to get some gold. Oh, it's gone dormant. It was active a minute ago. Oh, whatever. Should we analyse it then? Let's get it analysed since it's open. Ooh, yes, you can. If you have thermia, I think you might need... Don't know if you need the supercoolant. What you do need, I think, is thermium for the aqua tuner, so that your aqua tuner can deal with enough heat. But yeah, you can use aqua tuners to produce the. Oh, maybe it's the supercoolant you need, not the thermium. Yeah, but definitely you can use it as a surrogate heat source instead of the volcano. You are welcome, squeakers. Enjoy your dog walking. Have a lovely time, and I will see you again tomorrow, hopefully, when we will be back. There you go, Lyra. Super duper hard digging for you. No, super hard digging for you. Ellie, you can start having some improved carry. Excellent. You're doing very well, Duplicants. I am proud of you. Yes, it's sort of one of the ways you can do petroleum boiling. Supercooler doesn't vaporize until 436.85. Yes. But, like, what you're thinking about is you're having it in a loop. What you need is always somewhere to put the... You have to have a cooling loop to go with your aqua tuner, so you have to cool something to produce the heat. So you want... The advantage of supercoolant is that you can't freeze it. So you can run it... You can run your aqua tuner permanently, so it can be a permanent heat source. But you wouldn't expect your supercoolant to heat up. Does that make sense? Yes. Yeah, no. If you are really worried about hot, then petroleum is probably your best bet. Oh, I see what you mean, yes. But yeah, I mean, the supercoolant wouldn't be in that bit of the loop of the petroleum boiler, if you see what I mean. No research focus selected. Chat, look at this. We've done all of the little researchy things. How exciting. So we're going to want to do this and that. So we'll set those up, but we can't do them. Yes, that is why we can't do them. I mean, the other advantage is if I had supercoolant. If it's not in that bit of the petroleum boiler, what would produce the heat for the crude oil to turn to petroleum? Okay, so you'd run like a cooling loop, like for instance, like over here, and then you'd have an aquatuner box with aquatuners making loads and loads of heat. So your supercoolant kind of goes over here, and then you use like diamond tiles like you would in a normal one to transfer the heat from your aquatuner box, which you can make endlessly hot because you're running the loop of supercoolant, into your petroleum boiler, which is like over here. Does that make sense? All this is, it would be like, if you imagine a normal petroleum boiler, your aquatuner and all of that would like be in place of the volcano. So then you just need to transfer the heat from like your aquatuner box. Your supercoolant, yes, the heat is from the aquatuner. The supercoolant is only useful in that because it allows the aquatuner to run continually, because you cannot chill supercoolant to break the pipes. Yeah? And then you run the heat from the aquatuner chamber via, you know, diamond tiles or metal tiles, or in a very normal way into a chamber where you are dropping petroleum, like crude oil to flash into petroleum in a fairly normal way. But you need the crude so that you are not limited on how often you can run the aquatuner. Or at least that's my understanding of it. I've not built one with an aquatuner, but I've seen them. Would the aquatuners be made of thermium then, or submerged in supercoolant? No, you could make them of thermium. I think you might have to, but you might be able to make them of steel, considering you can make liquid hydrogen with just steel ones. So I don't know. They certainly wouldn't be submerged in supercoolant, because if you submerged them in supercoolant, then they'd yeah, you'd probably, yes, overheat temperature. You probably want to make them of thermium. There you go. You'd need to make them of thermium because of the aquatuner's overheat temperature itself. But you'd have to submerge them in a liquid that vaporized at a reasonable temperature, I would have thought. Otherwise you'll have too much thermal mass to easily transfer the heat. So I think you just make a normal chamber, but you'd need a thermium one, or it would break itself before it produced enough heat. Right, and with that, I think I'm going to go for today. I have to go down to the allotment. It looks manky, so I'm not looking forward to it. We're doing really well. We've got this set up. We're building the extra bits. Oh, we've got some baby pips. This is going to enable us to get some proper power, because what we're going to do eventually is we're going to be using some of this water that we've got to run some oil refineries. That's going to give us a little bit of natural gas. We'll tap into this, get a bit more natural gas. We will use the petroleum out of this to create a little bit of petroleum power. We will probably tap into these. So tomorrow is going to be a big day of finding power. Finding all the ways that we can make power which are not about coal. Because we're a bit short of coal. So that's going to be tomorrow. I want to thank you all for being here on a Sunday, which is a day I don't normally stream. It's been lovely to have so many of you with us, watching, lurking, commenting and chatting with me and helping me out. That's super. Bear in mind that the stream schedule is slightly up in the air at the moment because I'm all on my own for another couple of weeks. So do follow if you are not following already. You could also support the channel if you enjoy the content and would like me to keep doing this and not going back to work. That would involve you subscribing, which you can do via Amazon Prime or Prime Gaming if you already have a subscription to them, and then you don't have to pay any extra money. Everyone likes to get things for free. You can also donate. There's a thing on my About page if you would like to do that. But thank you all for being here regardless. It is lovely to spend time with you. I will hopefully see you all again tomorrow. Have a lovely rest of your day, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.